Thank you for joining us. We'll just give everyone a minute or two to join in the session. Thank you for joining us. We're just going to give everyone another 30 seconds or so before we start the webinar. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining today's virtual offering of the Library Assessment Conference. Today's presentations are on the theme of measurement and methods. My name is Frankie Wilson. I'm the moderator for today's session, along with my colleague Steve Hiller. Before we begin, we've got a few logistics to share. We've got 11 presentations today with two 15-minute breaks, one after the first four and one after the next four presentations. Break times are 2:25 to 2:40 Eastern and 4 to 4:15 Eastern. And for those of you on a different time zone, it is currently 2 minutes past 1 Eastern. Each paper presentation will be introduced separately with up to 5 minutes Q&A for each paper. There will hopefully be a few minutes for general questions at the end of the session. We would like you to use the chat feature for technical questions or issues that you might have, and an ARL staff member will respond to you on there. We encourage you to use the chat for discussion with other attendees as well. If you're a Twitter user, please follow the hashtag LAC20. Please use the Q&A feature to ask questions of the speakers. Note that we might not be able to address all questions during the time allowed. If there's time at the very end, we might be able to come back to any final questions. Myself or Steve will read aloud the question for the audience, and that will then be answered live by the presenters. After individual Q&A, the presenters might also type answers to any unanswered questions, so do keep an eye on the Q&A feature if you've asked a question. The PowerPoint slides, session recordings, and the final edited conference papers will be made available by ARL on the conference website. This session is being recorded and will be posted to the conference website. Live automated captioning is enabled for this webinar. Please hit the CC button at the bottom of your screen to turn on captions. A full transcript will accompany the recording a couple of weeks after this event today. Our first paper is Assessing Library Contributions and Impact Across the Research Lifecycle, a Collaborative Approach, presented by Fern Brody, Associate University Librarian for Collections and Technical Services at the University of Pittsburgh, and Jackie Belanger, Director, Libraries Assessment and Planning at the University of Washington.
Hello, I'm Jackie Belanger from the University of Washington Libraries, and I'm presenting with my colleague Fern Brody of the University. The focus of our talk today is on how our institutions collaborated over the past year to learn about early career researcher needs at two different stages of the research life cycle. This project was undertaken as part of the Association of Research Libraries Research Library Impact Pilot. These pilot projects arose out of ARL's Assessment Program Visioning Task Force, which outlined a series of recommendations aimed at aligning ARL's research and analytics work with the goals of its members. The impact pilots are designed to explore what a research library impact framework and agenda might look like in practice at member institutions. One of the areas of focus for the pilots is on library contributions to the research and scholarly life cycle. The pilot project goals are to test how research libraries can work together to measure library impact on researcher productivity, explore the effectiveness of collaborative approaches to impact assessment, and develop tools for measuring contribution that can be used by a range of research libraries. A call for proposals for the pilots went out in fall 2018. Both Pitt and the UW were among the institutions focusing on the question of how libraries contribute to research productivity. We didn't coordinate on our proposals, but were matched later by ARL in order to explore the question of how collaborative efforts work across institutions. There were originally 3 institutions connected, but one of our partners needed to withdraw. Being joined together in this way required both institutions to balance the local interests and needs that prompted their initial proposals with a shared overarching research question and methodology. In some ways, our work represents 2 local projects wrapped inside another larger research project. Pitt and UW started with a broad shared interest in library contribution to the university research enterprise and on science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM research in particular. The University of Pittsburgh ranks in the top cluster of U.S. public research universities, and research is a major source of external funding. An indication of their current emphasis in science and engineering is the growth of their School of Engineering, which has doubled in size in the last 10 years. Similarly, the University of Washington has consistently placed among the top 5 for total sponsored research funding for all public and private universities in the U.S. We have internationally recognized research programs in the health sciences and STEM. Despite these commonalities, however, initially our topics were on different subjects and were in various stages of conceptualization. Pitt was interested in the discovery of research material, while the UW was interested in how researchers understand and communicate the impact of their work. In order to knit the 2 projects together, we conceptualized our overarching approach using the research life cycle as a unifying framework. Both institutions were trying to understand faculty needs and library contributions at various points of the research life cycle, and this made sense as the lens through which to structure both projects. We then developed some shared questions. How does the library contribute to STEM research productivity? What are researcher needs and perceptions of library value and contribution at key stages in the research life cycle? And what methodologies can help us best understand and define library contributions in terms that resonate with researchers? We also focused on similar populations, concentrating on early career STEM researchers. Pitt focused entirely on STEM faculty, while the UW also included some health sciences disciplines, as well as both faculty and postdoctoral researchers in their study population. We also took a shared methodological approach with some local variation. Fern will talk a bit more about the methods in a moment. Once we had defined the shared framework for our collaborative efforts, each group then aligned their individual projects accordingly. We'll turn now to talk briefly about the specifics of each project and then the lessons learned about this collaboration. So over to Fern to tell us more about Pittsburgh's project.
Thank you, Jackie. At Pitt, our interest was to do a collections-related topic. It was important to us to look critically at our collections expenditures and be sure that these expenditures were still meeting the needs of our researchers. We thought that researchers might be relying on free tools and content. Also, an earlier survey we did indicated that researchers in the sciences did not think that the library played a significant role in providing subscription databases. We needed to follow up on these things. Also, in line with ARL's goals, we wanted to explore methodology that other libraries could easily use as part of a toolkit. Our hope is that you could use this methodology with a focus on other parts of the research life cycle if you so choose. Our project is based on principles from several other qualitative methods. I've provided references in the conference paper bibliography. For today, I'd like to focus on one of them, the semi-structured interview. This technique relies on questioning and probing rather than having a set of predefined questions. The interviewer can follow up and probe based on what they're hearing from the interviewee. So we have a script suggesting a line of questioning, but not a firm list of questions we had to stick to. The semi-structured interview uses a funnel approach. We begin the interview with general questions aimed at putting the faculty member at their ease. In the middle stage, we ask questions specific to our topic. In this case, we wanted to get as specific as possible about what databases, if any, they used, and about what other discovery strategies they use and why. Finally, we asked more pie-in-the-sky questions about what they felt would be the most desirable situation for them in terms of discovery. This is part of our script from the middle section of an interview in which we ask specifically about searching and discovery. Notice that there are prompts for us. In this case, if faculty members are talking about Google as an answer in 1A, we want to follow up and specifically ask them about library subscription databases. And we want to understand why they use the tools they do. I do want to mention that our interviewers were librarians, but not liaisons for the researcher departments. We wanted the researchers to be at ease. We wanted them to feel that they could tell us anything and we wouldn't be offended by a wrong answer. And in fact, in a number of instances, faculty mentioned with chagrin databases that they didn't use. There is a bit of thinking on your feet that you need to do in this type of interview. You need to be very engaged in the interview dialogue and use active listening skills. Though this is more difficult than reading a list of standardized questions, this technique can elicit many unexpected but clearly explained responses. After the interviews were completed, we sent the recordings to a company to be transcribed. Our project group didn't have much experience with coding, and at first we struggled with this. In the end, we decided to each listen or read all the interviews. We each then independently coded them all. Then we met as a group to discuss our findings. In this way, we all had an in-depth understanding of the interviews. We're all from different units in the library, and each of us brought our expertise and perspectives in identifying and discussing themes that emerged. This also allowed a great deal of flexibility in identifying the themes on the fly as we went through the transcripts. This collaborative approach worked very well for us. I don't want to talk too much about our findings, but let me illustrate what I mean by trends or themes and the kind of nuanced information we gathered. We were ready to hear that researchers use Google all the time, and we did hear that. What I hadn't expected to hear about was Twitter, which many of them use regularly. I would have been surprised and possibly perplexed by this finding, but the researchers talked about several meaningful ways they use Twitter. For them, Twitter was a very timely way to get information. They followed authors that they knew worked in the same field of study. They followed output for specific research labs that were active in their field. And they paid attention to the way research is framed for the general public on Twitter. Another important trend that we discovered was that researchers were not compartmentalizing their discovery work as a specific discrete step done early in the research life cycle. They all see discovery as an ongoing, constant activity that they use to keep up. They might employ different discovery techniques when they're writing that grant or finalizing their paper, but the process is one that they do constantly. And I'm going to turn it back to Jackie.
The UW Libraries developed 3 core questions to guide our project, which are listed on this slide. Prior to this project, the UW Libraries had undertaken a survey to learn about STEM and health sciences researcher needs and priorities and the impact of the libraries on research. We learned that assistance with measuring and communicating research impact was a top priority, but wanted to learn more about what this actually meant. So we developed this qualitative project to delve deeper based on these 3 questions. We interviewed 19 early career faculty and postdoctoral researchers in late winter and early spring 2020. The UW took a similar semi-structured interview approach to that used at Pitt, with one important difference. We provided each interviewee with an example research impact report. We selected one of their articles and created a report highlighting metrics and contextual information from sources such as Web of Science, Google Scholar, and Altmetric. We had provided these types of reports to faculty on an ad hoc basis in the past, but we were curious to see if this really met our users' needs. We provided the report in advance and then discussed it with the interviewee to get their feedback. We took a similar inductive coding approach to that outlined by Fern, but team members used in vivo software to code transcripts, conduct analysis, and generate reports. Our results highlighted a number of key areas for attention, and I'll just note a couple here. Interviewees found the research impact report useful, but also indicated the importance of going beyond simply providing counts to offering context and meaning for metrics. Our interviewees consistently expressed the need for support in translating metrics into compelling narratives, particularly in considering the impact of interdisciplinary, public, and community engaged research. Interviewees also noted the need for support with increasing the visibility and impact of their research through both traditional and social media. Twitter was mentioned in most of the interviews as a tool for discovery and keeping up to date, building networks, and increasing visibility and impact. However, there was a consistent theme of researchers often feeling they were on their own in terms of figuring out how to establish online researcher profiles and the best ways of using social media for research visibility, as this quote from one of our interviewees highlights about having to learn how to be good at using Twitter. Although it was challenging at the start to merge projects that were initially proposed separately, there were a number of benefits and lessons learned from taking this collaborative approach. One of our lessons learned was the importance of having shared definitions and parameters for our work. For example, we needed to define what each of us meant by early career researcher. We also needed to work through what fields were included in STEM at each institution and how to handle interdisciplinary areas such as bioengineering. This was also a real benefit to collaboration, and that this helped us to define our scope, terms, and methods in ways that could be applicable beyond our local contexts. Being able to take a shared methodological approach and to coordinate our interview guide and data analysis also made both projects stronger. UW and Pitt coordinated to use similar opening questions in our interview guides to learn about interviewees' research interests and projects. This means that as our shared work progresses, we'll be able to look across the 2 projects for additional common insights about how our interviewees talk about their research. Additionally, it would be challenging for a single institution to do a deep dive into different aspects of a complex research lifecycle. Working together meant that we were able to take a broader view of the life cycle at different points. Our results were also mutually beneficial, and we saw unexpected commonalities. For example, the use of Twitter as a way not only to raise the visibility and impact of research, but as a discovery tool for researchers. Without the collaborative process, the team at UW, for example, might not have paid as much attention to thinking about researchers' use of Twitter holistically. Because we knew this was an emerging theme for Pitt, we created a code for discovery that enabled us to see how social media plays a role for many researchers in the entire research lifecycle. This, in turn, is likely to help inform our strategies for developing new services as we move forward. Both institutions have completed their local data analysis and have begun to implement changes at our individual institutions based on each set of findings. Pitt is moving forward with some database cancellations and investigating ways to improve access to their subscribed content. The UW is moving forward on rolling out additional research impact services, as well as wider research support for postdocs. The teams will also begin taking a deeper look at comparing findings across our institutions and finalizing a shared report reflecting on our collaboration. One of the most important next steps is to continue work with ARL and others to explore how we might translate what we learned into alternative measures to understand the difference libraries make to their institutions and how these measures might be used across a range of libraries. This project obviously didn't yield a standardized quantitative approach to measuring library contribution and impact. However, the qualitative approaches we used provided rich insights into what early career researchers need and what they value, and in their own language, in terms of support at various stages of the research life cycle. The hope is that this provides the foundation for translating this qualitative work into measures and tools that can be scaled and standardized across institutions to give libraries insight into their contribution to research and scholarship. Fern and I want to say thank you to both project teams at the University of Washington and the University of Pittsburgh. Thank you very much. We'll turn now to taking questions.
Thank you, Fern and Jackie. If you have any questions, please use the Q&A function and I'll read the question for the speaker and all the audience attendees. So first question, you touched on it briefly at the end, but perhaps you could expand a little on the changes that either have been made or are going to be made as a result of the work and the analysis that you've just described for us.
I guess I'll go first. So we were very curious about the use of discovery tools, and we had some budget issues that we knew were real and possibly into the future some more serious ones. And I feel that we did get some information that will allow us to make some cancellations in terms of our databases with some confidence that we're going to be doing the right thing for faculty. And we also heard some folks mentioning some titles that they really relied on, and that will kind of take those things off the table for us. And I think the use of Google as a starting point for so many people is really focusing us to make sure that when folks do use Google, the pathway to our licensed material will be as smooth as possible.
So I'll just briefly say a little bit about how the UW is hoping to develop new services in terms of research impact based on this. In a couple of weeks' time, in fact, one of our liaisons is taking what we've learned and heard and presenting to a large group of postdoctoral researchers about how to increase the visibility and impact of their work. So we'll be building on these results to offer additional programming and workshops. And we're specifically focusing on a new service through our Open Scholarship Commons. And we'll be focusing in particular on how we can help researchers who are doing interdisciplinary and community engaged and public scholarship to understand the impact of their research, not just in terms of traditional measures and their publication metrics, for example, but in terms of the impact on the communities that they're working with. So that's definitely an area that we'll be looking at, and that's in line with our overall institutional priorities, looking at the impact of community engaged scholarship. So I'll stop there, and I think there might be another question, but I'm not sure, Frankie.
We only have a minute left for the last question, but it's could you say a bit more about what researchers said about their use of Google? It may take more than a minute, but
Researchers loved Google. Every single researcher used Google. That was the first thing they said. And they liked their results. They found it easy to use. They liked the things that alerted them to new research. They liked the things that were available that helped them find out other popular things in their topics. So honestly, it was a uniform response in terms of they really liked it.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. Thank you again, Jackie and Fern. Now we'll turn over to our next presentation. Where do we go from here? Managing collection moves with data visualization. Presented by Anne Koenig, Senior Assessment Specialist at the University of Pittsburgh, and Berenika Webster, Director of Assessment and Quality Assurance at the University of Pittsburgh. Over to Anne and Berenika.
At the heart of every great university sits a great library. However, what makes a great library has been transformed by the digital revolution. On the one hand, almost all new scholarly content is available in electronic form, and on the other, teaching, learning, and research have become increasingly interactive and interdisciplinary, requiring new spaces and new technologies. Against this backdrop, academic library leaders are reimagining their libraries. In early 2016, the university library system at the University of Pittsburgh has been given such an opportunity. The university approved funding for extensive renovation of Hillman Library to address the aging infrastructure in the building, including asbestos abatement, HVAC replacement, lighting improvements, and adequate electricity and Wi-Fi supply, and to reduce overcrowding. Apart from addressing badly needed infrastructure improvements, library management successfully argued for funding to respond to the changing research and educational needs of its academic community. In this presentation, I will give an overview of the project and its goals, and my colleague Anne Koenig will speak about the tools we developed to meet the challenge of relocating some 1.5 million items housed in Hillman Library and ultimately reducing the collection's footprint in the building by 80%. Let me begin with a bit of context. The University of Pittsburgh is a research-intensive institution with a population of 35,000 students, nearly a third of them in graduate and professional programs. Pitt researchers publish more than 9,000 peer-reviewed publications a year, with particular strength in biomedical sciences. They are supported by 12 libraries with a combined collection of nearly 6 million titles. Hillman Library, built in 1967, serves as the main library for the university and is situated in the heart of the Oakland campus in Pittsburgh. It was designed to complement the architecture of the immediate area: Forbes Field, home of Pittsburgh Pirates, the modified Renaissance style of the Carnegie Library of Pittsburgh, and the neo-Gothic Cathedral of Learning, all iconic landmarks of the city. Hillman, like many other libraries of its era, prioritized the storage and display of books over comfort of the reader. To help assess community needs and to program the renovated building, we engaged Bright Spot consultants. Spaces and services for creativity, collaboration, and active learning, and a showcase for community achievements all emerged as top priorities for the renovated building. For instance, we increased the footprint of user spaces by 60%, which allowed for nearly 100 group study rooms, and by 40% for partner and specialized services such as media creation and maker spaces. To achieve these design and programming goals, we needed to significantly reduce the footprint taken up by physical collections. Each floor was programmed to focus on different aspects of the vision. Lower floors are dedicated to creativity and partnerships, housing, maker spaces, labs, classrooms, recording facilities, and a cafe. Upper floors were designed for contemplative work and series scholarship, with physical and digital displays for special collections and current research, dedicated graduate spaces, meeting rooms, and the residue of the general collection. In 2017, the Hillman Collection Move Group was formed to address both the policy issues of what the general collection should comprise and the practical aspects of the move. The group's work was informed by the following principles. The building will remain open to the public throughout the renovation. Disruptions to patron access will be kept to a minimum. Hillman's overall collection's footprint will be reduced by no less than 80%. The collection's distribution of subjects and material types will reflect current and future Pitt scholarship needs. After the renovation, the size of the Hillman collection's footprint will be managed over time by implementing a steady-state, zero-growth policy. It quickly became clear that to achieve these goals, we needed more than massive Excel spreadsheets containing shelf lists and usage data. We needed a good way to analyze this data and to model different scenarios, to minimize patron disruption and to maximize the efficiency of physical handling of the materials. Now Anne will describe a couple of tools that the assessment unit developed to assist in this process.
When the preparation work for the renovation began in 2016, we had less than 1 year to move approximately 45,000 linear feet of books and serials, plus the entire microform and map collection, to other floors in the main library, to another campus library, and to remote storage. Emphasis was on identifying swing and remote storage space and making sure that we had enough room to accommodate the contents of the collection-heavy fourth floor. Understandably, our focus was on moving material as quickly as possible while keeping it accessible to our users. It was clear to us that we needed to develop wayfinding tools that enabled staff and patrons to locate material that had moved. And we also needed to refine the tools we used to identify which items should remain in the main library. So this first year of the move illuminated how we might make key improvements to wayfinding for our patrons and library colleagues, and also cultivate an agile collection modeling tool. Our efforts concentrated on developing tools that were accessible, adaptable, and readily updated, as well as actually used and easily replicated. I will discuss each of these aspects in relation to each tool. The first tool that we created was an interactive map, which you can see in action in this slide. To make up-to-date information quickly accessible to our users and colleagues, we worked with our Web Services unit to implement two critical components on the library's website. We included a What's Moving section, which indicated which collections were in transit or soon to be moved, and this worked hand in hand with the interactive map. Since the interactive map is web-based, it is accessible to anyone with an internet connection. We also wanted the ability to update the map as quickly as possible without requiring a lot of time and effort to develop new floor plans, graphics, and complicated website edits. We discovered that it was relatively easy to create a visualization in Tableau by using existing floor plan images and mapping call number ranges and services to their respective location on the floor plan. Any movement of materials and services can be updated in a matter of minutes by using the Annotate feature in Tableau to generate the precise coordinates to plug into the underlying data source. Due to time constraints, I include more detailed information on how we created and update the map in our paper. And I'm also happy to assist others who may be interested in implementing this at their own institution. A nice feature with Tableau is that you can see how many times a visualization was viewed. This, along with the anecdotal evidence from colleagues and users, indicated people were using the tool and finding it helpful to locate the items they were seeking.
Additionally, once we figured out how to create and implement the interactive map, it was simple to replicate it for other locations and needs. For example, we created another version for use with an iPad kiosk in Hillman Library. This version includes a "You Are Here" icon, and the display is configured to best suit the iPad. The kiosk alone has received over 1,500 views since its launch in the spring of 2019. Next, we turn to streamlining our collection modeling. When we began the collection move, we were using Voyager as our ILS, and we developed criteria for what to send to storage, primarily based on the expertise of our coordinator for collection development. When the initial criteria did not pull enough for storage, we had to go back to the drawing board and incorporate additional criteria. Getting inventory information for large collections, such as that in the Hillman Library, required IT assistance to extract the data and lots of spreadsheet manipulation to apply criteria and develop lists of items to transfer to storage. The process was cumbersome, to say the least. We turned to Tableau to help us make sense out of the spreadsheets and to create an interactive tool that would enable anyone with access to apply filters and to sort and review titles to see the impact of different criteria on the existing collection. The visualizations enabled us to develop selection criteria, see if those criteria achieve the reduction in footprint needed, revise if needed, identify balance or imbalance of the collection, and do all of this before the actual move of material. Based on the inventory reports, we created visualizations that calculated linear footage and provided a graphical representation of the collection makeup. For example, how much of the collection consisted of literature versus social sciences. Filters included LC class, beginning publication date, historical charges, and when the item was last charged. Linear footage estimates were based on our observations and measurements and the very helpful table in the appendices of the book, Moving Library Collections, a Management Handbook. We also included views to show estimated linear footage footprints available based on the number of shelves and shelf capacity that would exist in the renovated space. Incorporating the inventory reports into Tableau also enabled us to generate pick lists directly from the worksheet and title lists. Once the views were developed, data could be refreshed as needed with extracts from Voyager. Now that we recently migrated to Alma, we are working to develop methods to automatically update the data on a set schedule. Data from Tableau shows this visualization tool is being used by whom and when. Its usefulness was recognized by colleagues on other campuses, and we have since expanded the tool for use at other locations. We were able to easily replicate the basic model and included some additional filters to meet the specific needs of the users. For example, a filter to show if an item was part of a shared print repository agreement, or if the item was duplicated at another location or campus. As with the interactive map, our paper will include greater detail on how we created the visualizations, and I can help answer questions you have if you plan to implement at your location. Where do we go from here, and what are our plans for future development? Our interactive map is continually updated as collections move, and we foresee using this tool at other locations undergoing collection moves and renovation. We hope to use the collection modeling tool to identify topical or unique collections to feature in rotating spotlight shelving. Additionally, because of the reduced shelf space allocated to collections in the renovated library, we need to maintain a consistent collection footprint. We plan to include data in the collection modeling tool that identifies where we have added the most physical items over the previous year to proactively identify sections that may be overcrowded and move items to storage to make room. And as already mentioned, we are actively working to automatically update data from Alma on our Tableau server. Building and implementing these tools has been a learning process for us, and we discovered some things have worked better than others, and we continue to learn and improve upon our methods. We are more than willing to share what we've learned about our processes and also potential pitfalls to be avoided in greater detail in our paper, and we are delighted to answer any questions you may have now or if you wish to reach out to us in the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Anne and Berenika. And on behalf of all attendees, thank you for being so willing to help and support others in this endeavour. We do have some questions. If you have any questions, please do put them in the Q&A function and I will read them out for the speaker and for the audience. The first question we have is, what version of Tableau are you using? Is it a paid for version or is it a free version?
Actually, I guess we have the paid version. We have a Tableau server at the University of Pittsburgh that we use, but theoretically you could do any of these things on the free version of Tableau too, I believe.
Yeah, if I can add to this. So we are using Tableau Desktop, and which is about $100 license for educational institutions or thereabout. And then we are lucky enough with the University of Pittsburgh that they are supporting us with the usage of Tableau server. But as Anne said, you can use a public version of Tableau for this as long as you're willing to make all your data publicly accessible. So if you want to have your shelf list and usage data up in the intranet, you can certainly use that. We have not worked out how to use a public version of Tableau without displaying the data as well.
Thank you. Another question. Do you use data visualization for ongoing annual collection moves to reduce burden on existing shelf space? How do you make decisions about what call number areas need to be thinned out?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And I think we will use it more as we go forward to do the annual upkeep. But right now we're still in the midst of this collection move to get us to get the collection reduced to that 80% so we can Berenika, did you want to
So our priority at the moment, we are nowhere near done with the reimagining of the Hillman Library. We still have 3 floors outstanding that need to be looked at. So we are still moving collections within the building. So that's our priority at the moment. However, as I mentioned, and I think she mentioned in the presentation as well, that we are hoping to use this tool to look at the areas in which we're collecting particularly heavily in print and making sure that we don't have overcrowding in areas of the building, or for that matter, other buildings as well. Also, the fact that we moved into Alma from Voyager, I think will help us in that process. With the Voyager, we were pulling data periodically with lots of difficulties because of the size of the data sets that were coming out, and those are all static views. With Alma, we are hoping to push data directly to Tableau and have those things kind of refreshing almost in real time, or at least, weekly. So we will be able to monitor the growth of the collections in different areas in the building more closely than we are to date.
Gosh, thank you very much. That very interesting. Thank you, Anne and Berenika. Now we will turn over to Rachel and Ken from the University of Michigan. Rachel Vacek is Head of Design and Discovery, and Ken Varnum is Senior Program Manager for Discovery, Delivery and Library Analytics. And they will be joined by their colleague Craig Smith, who is assessment specialist, that he will join them for the Q&A. Their presentation, as you can see, is titled Search Report Wherever You Are, a novel approach to assessing user satisfaction with a library discovery interface. So over to Rachel and Ken.
Hi there, thank you so much. I will start with our purpose and goals for this project. So next slide, please. In the summer of 2018, the University of Michigan Library launched a new discovery interface. It was called Library Search at search.lib.umich.edu. And using Solr, Blacklight, Rails, React, and several other tools, we decided to build a custom interface that used where we built a Solr index to maintain our indexes for the catalog, and we used the Summon APIs instead of using the native Summon interface. And for a more in-depth technical overview, you could see the link at the bottom of that page. And thank you, Angela, for sharing that link. So why did we decide to build a custom user interface? Well, it was to improve our ability to expose our resources and expertise within the campus, to free up instructional librarians to spend more time on information literacy and less on how they actually use the tool, to improve experience for all users by being accessible and having a responsive design that we could have more control over, and to basically better understand how our resources are being used. So basically, we felt that there were more advantages to building our own user interface than using a solution outside of the box. When we built Library Search, it was iteratively assessed over the course of its design and development through a mixed methods approach. It worked really well according to all of the metrics that we gathered around accessibility, system performance, usability, and design. And users were generally able to search for items, narrow their search results, and access materials. And they could do this across a lot of different types of searches. Next slide. However, we started to get more anecdotal evidence, as well as several emails filled with detailed examples of how aspects of the catalog search, which is part of Library Search, really just wasn't meeting user needs. We really needed to fix this. So we really wanted to build a tool, we didn't know what at the time, where we could get a baseline measure of overall user satisfaction within catalog search. And then we wanted this tool to be able to be used over time and used again multiple times to assess whether improvements that we were making to Library Search corresponded to increases in satisfaction. And because we knew we weren't just going to create a simple survey, we decided to start with a pilot and test it out with library staff who we knew relied heavily on using the catalog. They were sort of expert researchers. So I'm going to turn it over to Ken now, who is going to dive deeper into the methodology and briefly highlight the findings of our work. Ken?
Thank you, Rachel. So I'm going to be, as Rachel said, talking about what we did. And first, I just want to focus in on what we were asking our users to take a look at. So this is the header of the standard of a library search page with navigation to get you to all of the 6 components of it. And the one that we asked our users to focus on in this particular case was the catalog search, which is selected in this diagram here on the screen. This was, as I'm sure most of you could imagine, the catalog is the place where most faculty, most researchers are spending a lot of their time, and it was the piece of the interface that was causing us the most feedback that was concerning to us, although unfortunately it was often very vague feedback about it not working the way it used to, which is clear because it's a new thing. We wanted to dig into this in much more detail, as Rachel outlined. We were also, as we were planning this, on the verge of starting a system migration from Aleph to Alma, and we wanted to make sure that to the extent that it was data problems that were causing any user issues, that we were able to address those at the same time as we migrated data from one library system to the other, that we also updated the index and made sure that everything was working smoothly. So the approach that we wanted to take was something that we wanted quick and repeatable feedback. We did not have the staff capacity to embark on an extensive set of detailed, intensive user research interviews. As valuable as those are, and as many as we did in the building and processing and development of the original site, it simply wasn't something that we could do at the time that we were planning this particular study, or we expected that we could devote those resources to going forward on a regular routine basis. And we wanted to make sure to facilitate interactions with the catalog search interface in a way that would give us useful, meaningful results that we could interpret beyond a good, bad sort of satisfaction response. So we created a survey instrument, and by we, I really mean this is greatly influenced and developed by Craig Smith, who is in the audience, but will be available for questions and answers at the end of our talk. And this allowed us, this tool allowed us to go through the system, go through the site, and collect a much larger number of responses from our audience. So we developed an instrument, which I'll go into in a few slides, and how it worked. It was a survey that we piloted with library staff first. So it went to 96 library employees whose work involves using the search interface. So this was public services librarians, this was people at service desk, people who had a lot of familiarity with using the interface, both in their own jobs and to support the work of others. It was open for about 2 weeks in December 2019, so this was all pre-pandemic. And we ended up with 40 people responding and 36 completing the whole survey. So it was a 42% response rate and a 90% completion rate. We had participants representing 5 of the library's 7 divisions with a range of time working in the library. The kinds of questions that we asked were broken down into 3 broad areas. In looking at search logs and trying to understand what it was that people were doing, we developed this kind of 3-tiered classification. There were known item searches where it was fairly obvious from what the user typed into the search box that there was some specific thing that they had in mind that they wanted to know if we had or how to get it. So it'd be a specific title, an author, an ISBN, something that identified a thing. There was something that we called a known set search, where the user might want one example of a kind of thing. So they might want some piece of music by Beethoven or an introduction to chemistry. But again, looking through the search logs and what people typed in, these were they clearly had somewhere they wanted to go, but it wasn't clearly expressed as a specific destination. And then finally, exploratory broad searches, topic-based searches, video games, botany, the like. And we asked people who took the survey to conduct one of each kind of search of their own choosing, and to tell us whether the items that they saw in the search results, whether the thing they were looking for or something that resembled the thing they were looking for appeared as expected in the search results, and if not, to explain. And then we asked a handful of satisfaction questions about the way the search interface and the responses, the search results match their expectations. So here is an example screen out of the search and report question. So a little introductory text that we asked them to open the search in a new tab of their browser, go do a search, take the URL of that search result, which included the search query and any other filters or other actions they took on the results, and paste that back in the survey. So they read the instructions, they go to the next step 1, they click the link to open, when we opened a catalog search in a new tab for them. And then here's an example of what they might see. Here, a sample search might have been "The New Jim Crow" was something that we asked in as a book title that was of a known item sort of category. They got search results. They quickly evaluated them. We asked them not to go past the second page. And then they copied the URL of that page back into the survey box and continued with the survey. We asked them to talk about what they saw, how they liked it, liked the results, whether the speed was good, whether the result appeared where they expected it to appear in the results, and if not, what was different. The pessimistic ones might have said that it appeared higher in the results than they thought it might, and the ones who were more disappointed might have said, "Oh, it appeared. I found the thing, but it was on the 10th result that should have been in the first result," and feedback along those lines. We also asked some questions about relative satisfaction of those who could stated they could recall their experience a year earlier when the tool had just launched and before we had made a number of changes, to see if we could evaluate some sense of progress in the work that we had done. So I'm going to talk through the findings very briefly through a series of charts to kind of show you what this tool enabled us to figure out. So for known item searches, we were fairly pleased with the way our known item searching came out in our pilot. Keeping in mind this was all, what we're talking about today was all library staff, so our most expert users by and large. Slightly north of 90% of users saw the item they asked for, and roughly 3/4 of them saw the item as expected, which means if they felt that it should be in the first or second position, they saw it up there in the top of the results. A small number didn't see the item at all, and there were a few other comments. And the position of the item, almost half were very satisfied, some were moderately satisfied. And looking through the comments when they were provided, many of the reasons for the satisfaction were that yes, it was there, but it wasn't in first place. So we learned a great deal out of this, especially with the unexpected results. The expected results were great. They were very self-affirming. We were doing a good job, but it was really the ones where something wasn't as expected that gave us fodder to do future work and to improve the system. So here we got the query that somebody had entered, faceless killers in all libraries, and commenting that the user commented that they saw separate records for different formats, a physical copy and an ebook of the same edition, but they would expect to see one record with different holdings. And this exposes more than just how the search works, but it exposes some perhaps unintended consequences of cataloging and acquisitions principles that we use in our library, where we don't have merged records most frequently, although that has swung back and forth. Another item, a search, if you can read the ugly URL encoding there, is teaching translation, a program course pedagogies, programs courses pedagogies. And the user expressed that since the title is long, I did not expect to see so many results. My title is on top, but it's disconcerting to see so many irrelevant hits. And this, of course, is I suppose, an interesting problem to have. We gave you all you wanted and much more as well. A characteristic that is often found in discovery type environments where recall is privileged over precision, and the idea is to assume that the user, to take account of the user maybe missing a word or having something slightly off and giving them a chance to recover. In the known set search category, again, this is where there is the query looks like they want one of something, but maybe not a specific thing, or it's hard to tell that out of what they have typed into the search box. About 60% saw the expected results, a quarter saw something unexpected, and slightly less than a fifth saw an other result. satisfaction of position of results were mostly satisfied, and when we asked about the information we presented on the screen to help them determine if what they saw is the right thing or not, again, there was fairly high 83% satisfaction in that information. Finally, with exploratory searches, we have similar results to the known set type of search, where a little bit less than 60% saw the expected results, 40% or so saw something unexpected, and 6% other, with satisfaction about position and information displayed being more or less the same as for that. So a couple examples of exploratory searches, and I did skip over the examples from the known set searches. Those are in the slides, but in the interest of time.
Out of time.
And I'm out of time already.
No, our whole presentation is out of time.
Oh dear. My apologies. I will not run through the last slides on the display, but if we have a few moments, Rachel, if you could go through the findings or the next steps, if you have a second.
Maybe I can go through those in a minute. So basically, as you heard from Ken, our pilot was a success. It allowed us to develop, our developers to really focus on specific areas and gave us actionable data. And there's a list there of some of the things we were able to improve right away. It also really helped us to prioritize features that we needed to migrate from the Aleph OPAC into our catalog search interface. Up until now have only existed in the old Aleph interface. Next slide. So what happened next? There were 2 identical follow-up surveys that were run in the fall. Obviously both online since it was during the pandemic, and they were similar. There's a few differences that are listed there. The surveys closed in mid-October. It was a good response rate. And then as more data was collected and work is currently being done to prioritize and incorporate that work into our catalog search. Last slide. So overall, the successes, being in a remote setting didn't have really much of an impact on our ability to conduct research. It was a great way, their survey was a great way to really interact with a lot of people at a low interaction cost. We were able to get actionable data, and we could really expand our ability to observe. The biggest challenge was not necessarily with our assessment, but the fact that we had a legacy catalog that focused on precision search and returned smaller, more narrowly focused results, whereas library search is recall focused and brought back lots of results. So there was lack of trust in our tools, not necessarily in our assessment process. And on the last slide, there is Ken, next slide. The last slide here is a link to the slides, the Qualtrics survey that we did, and a report that Craig wrote that summarizes all of these survey results that was shared with the library. And really, honestly, that is the last slide.
Thank you very much, Rachel and Ken. We've only got time for one question. Welcome, Craig, if you're joining us for the questions as well. That was, did you run the broader survey, so not the pilot, with faculty or grad students or everybody?
Ken, do you want to answer that? You got to unmute first.
Yeah, yes, the broader surveys that we conducted in this fall went out to I think it was faculty and graduate students. There may have been a few undergraduates in that pool. I can't remember the exact percentages of those, but it was a broader audience and it included a few library people as well, just to get second opinions.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your presentation. Angela has put the link to the report in the chat feature, so if anybody wants more information about that, they can link directly through that. Thank you very much, Rachel and Ken, and a particular award to Rachel for the coziest backdrop. I'm getting warm just looking at the fire. So now we are turning to the final paper before the break. Mariya Gyendina, Learning and Inclusion Strategist at the University of Minnesota. Jan Fransen, the Service Lead for Research and Information Management Systems. And Kate Peterson, the Undergraduate Services Librarian, also both at the University of Minnesota. And they will be presenting on, as you can see, from analysing abundant data to identifying actionable steps, a closer look at library student data. So over to Mariya and Kate.
Hello, thank you. Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Kate, and what I'm going to do is give you a little bit of background about our long-standing library data project, and then turn it over to Mariya for talking about the new ways that we've been working with this data. So since about 2011, the University of Minnesota libraries have been collecting and analyzing data about library use. We kind of set out to figure out what data did we already have that we were collecting, how could we scoop it up, kind of put it all together, and then we worked with our Office of Institutional Research. So we looked at things like database usage, book or equipment checkout, computer usage in our libraries, chat reference, workshops, course integrated instruction. We protect privacy by using kind of a yes/no. So we are collecting if a student has checked out a book, then they get a yes in the column, but we don't know what book and we don't know how many books. It just says yes. If they've used a database, that same idea. Yes, we know that they've used a database, but not which one or anything like that. So then we worked with our Office of Institutional Research to bring in that GPA and retention data, and also those measures like academic engagement, scholarship, and academic skills. And those were student measures through the SERU, or the Student Experience in a Research University Survey. And over time, we were able to really demonstrate that there were correlations between library use and student success measures. So from 2011 to about 2019, we were really focused on this really 10,000-foot level using our big data. So in this slide, it just gives some of our big kind of results for that. So we shared this with campus administrators and campus staff, and we were able to turn our results into kind of big things, I would say. We were able to get a bigger presence at our new student orientation, for example, or we were able to work with our first year experience courses in a new way. And we were able to work more closely with our academic advisors on campus. So these were all really good outcomes, but we often would try to look at the data and try to figure out what are some next actionable steps that we could do. And often we were stymied because of just so much data available that we could paint this really big picture, but it didn't really help us for some of those more actionable steps. So this last slide that I'm going to talk about, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mariya, really talks about, again, kind of the different layers of data that our previous projects had put together. At the very bottom is that idea of the library data. So all of those different measures we were able to sort of scoop up and gather. Then the Office of Institutional Research bringing in our demographic data layer. And then at the very sort of top of this, that performance data. And now I'm going to turn it over to Mariya.
Thank you. So, Kate, could you move to, thank you. So for this project, we wanted to look at smaller data sets because before we were looking at undergraduate students or first year students, which are really large groups. And we know that not everybody experiences college in different ways. And we know that our identities impact the way we experience college. So we wanted to build smaller data sets looking at those demographic and identity factors as much as we could from this really quantitative high-level data, and then see if we can move to some actionable steps. And for this project, because we really didn't know what we were going to find, we didn't collect any new data. We decided to use the data that we've collected as part of this effort previously in 2016-2017 academic year. And at that point, we didn't think that 2019-2020 academic year would be any different. And we were very wrong with that. But so we had this data. And so, Kate, if we could move to the next slide, we wanted to dive deeper. So instead of looking at just undergraduate students, we wanted to combine multiple criteria or multiple level analysis so that we could look at college, gender, ethnicity, international student status, age, whether a student was full or part-time. So eventually we'd be able to build data sets, for example, for female first-generation part-time students within the College of Liberal Arts. And this was a huge undertaking because that would mean combining a lot of criteria. And so that would require writing a lot of code and creating a lot of models. And so luckily we have an amazing colleague, Jen Fransen, who unfortunately could not present with us today, who was able to help us with this data analysis part. So Kate, if we could move to the next slide. So first we're looking at students that fit one criterion. And then if we could move again, we looked at the combination. So for example, as we looked at this female first generation part-time students within College of Liberal Arts, we are combining 4 criteria, and that ends up with a data set of 284 students. And so to create these combinations of criteria, Jen was able to write code that wrote code. So Kate, let's move. So Jen wrote code that yielded 103,000 sets, which of course would have been way more than we would be able to do manually. And so then she created Microsoft Access database and wrote VBA code that wrote our code that built each set and conducted the statistical analysis. And then we manually reviewed the outputs and made sure that all of the models that we're going to use passed statistical analysis tests. And then we created more focused data sets that we actually worked with. So let's move to the next one. So in the end, the way our project was set up was we created the data sets and we looked at the GPA of students who used the libraries within that data set and the GPA of students who did not use the library. And in looking at this correlation, we looked at statistical significance. So we looked at the p-value, and then we used 2 measures to evaluate the effect size. The first one was Cohen's F, which is half of Cohen's D. And then we also used ETA squared to estimate the proportion of variation that was explained by this particular factor. So using this, Kate, we can move. Using this, we focused on just 5 undergraduate colleges that have the largest undergraduate enrollment at our university. So we looked at the College of Science and Engineering, College of Education and Human Development, Liberal Arts, Food, Agriculture, Natural Sciences, and Biological Sciences. And the goal of this project was to move us to evidence-based decision-making. So we're hoping that this data from this project will help the libraries prioritize the work that has the greatest impact, identify gaps in the library's impact, especially related to minority groups, find new ways to staff and support this work, and then measure and sustain our reach to keep new classes of students learning. And with this, Kate, we can move. So we're going to show a few different examples of the data that we got from this project and also of the actionable steps that we were able to come up with. And all of these examples will focus on instruction for a couple of different ways. So as you imagine, with a few hundred models, there are multiple ways to look at the data. And with some indicators like having at least one database access per semester, we reach more than 90% of the students. So there isn't really much to do at that point. So we decided to focus on instruction for a couple different reasons. First, there is a more even split there where maybe about 50% of the students had instruction or even less than that. Instruction models had moderate to high effect sizes in all of the models that we built. And instruction is also somewhat in our control. So there are things that we can do to increase this. We can advocate, we can contact colleges, we can chat with deans and individual faculty members. So this is what we're focusing on for now. Okay. So in all of the models that we're going to show, we looked for groups of at least 50 students, 25 students who used the libraries and 25 students who didn't. And that means that we're not seeing 2 types of groups. So first, we're not seeing groups with very high outreach levels. So if within the data set, only 5 students did not use the libraries or use the libraries. We did not see this because we're not meeting that 25 student threshold. And we're also not seeing very small groups with fewer than 50 or 25 and 25 students. So for example, in one of the colleges, the overall enrollment of female Black undergraduate students was below 20. So we're not seeing groups like this. And with this, we can, and before we show the examples, I always like to talk about why the data is not perfect. So you know to take this with a little bit of a grain of salt. So the data we have is incomplete. And instructional data specifically has 2 biggest weaknesses. First is that not all of our instruction gets entered into the systems, but also we're assuming that all of the students that are registered for a class attend all of the time. And that's a very big assumption. Now, that being said, we do think that there are interesting things in this data set, in this project. So we would like to highlight 3 examples. The first one is first-generation students within our College of Liberal Arts. And there are 3,500 students, and about 500 of them had libraries instruction as part of their courses. So for this model, the p-value for the difference in cumulative GPA was 0.44, which is right below the threshold for statistical significance. And Cohen's F is 0.298, which is moderate effect size, and the ETA square was 0.08, which means that 8% of the difference can be explained by the factor of having libraries instruction.
So what I'm going to do is just talk about a couple of our strategy ideas for these different examples. And you can see here that once the goal was really to think about how could we increase instruction or outreach, or how could we find out what might be going on with instruction or outreach with this much smaller population, first-gen CLA students, how we would go about the strategies were much more concrete and doable than looking at that 10,000 foot level. So for example, we could talk with a CLA student group of first generation students. We could talk to a program for emerging scholars, talk with those academic advisors, analyze which courses these students are most likely to take and target those. And we're not looking at all classes, we're just looking at these a much smaller set.
So the next example is Black male transfer students who came into the university in the fall of 2016. So there were about 551 students, and of them 56 had libraries instruction as part of their classes. And for this model, the p-value for the difference in cumulative GPA was 0.14. And Cohen's F is 0.37, which is a moderate effect size, but it's right below the threshold of 0.4, which would be a large effect size. And the ETA square is 0.12. So the 12% of the difference can be explained by this in the model.
So again, the same idea is true in terms of what are some strategies we could go about to try to find out more about what might be going on. For example, talk with students in the Black Student Union, talk with the coordinator of African American recruitment on our campus, find out more about that transfer piece, possibly reach out to the historically Black Greek letter organizations on our campus. Again, these are just hypothetical strategy ideas for how we could find out more information to figure out, again, is there some programming or outreach that we would want to do and work with this community on.
And the last example is female first generation students from the College of Education and Human Development. So again, about 500 students, 102 had instruction. The p-value for this model is 0.018. Cohen's F is 0.35, which is still moderate effect size. And the ETA square is at 0.11. So 11% of the difference in GPA variation can be explained by this within the model.
Again, some different strategy ideas here for this different population of students. For example, this might lead us to work on better integration with the first year inquiry course in the specific college, possibly to apply for a first generation institute microgrant that this college offers, or more robust outreach with TRIO, for example. So we were all ready to get going, and then it was 2020, as we all know, and it did not take the form that we wanted. So we have now identified what some of these possible strategies might be, and it was just not the right moment to begin to move forward with these. but 2021 is here, and we are very excited to begin to move forward. So our next steps are to identify and pilot these target groups, to find out more, to talk with them, to do more of that qualitative work, to find out more about what sort of outreach and instruction strategies would be helpful, measure, and sort of go forth from there. We are happy to take questions and comments at any time, and I think we are ready for the question and answer part.
Thank you very much, Mariya and Kate. Please do pop your questions in the Q&A function, and I will read them out. We've got a few questions here. Talking about percentage of variance accounted for can make people think in causal terms, but this is correlational data. How do you address this when speaking with stakeholders?
So we try really hard to emphasize that these are not causal relationships. These are correlations or connections, and you're absolutely right, that can be explained by any number of things. So we try to actually give some examples of what else could be going on that could lead to the data looking this way. And then we emphasize that we don't know what exactly is happening. So we still want to try a few different things, and then we want to follow up with more focused qualitative work to see if we can build up more evidence behind this theory, and then we might be able to speak more confidently about whether it is an actual connection, or it's some kind of spurious correlation, or there is a third factor that's influencing things.
Thank you. Another question here. What will it take to recheck your numbers going forward? Will it have to be redone from scratch, so to speak, or do these scripts or codes run periodically?
So we haven't talked about that, but I'm assuming that the code can be rerun, or at least it might be relatively easy to tweak it a little bit. So Jen would not have to rewrite it completely from scratch.
Thank you. Another question that was in the chat. How did you link the GPA of students with whether they had attended library instruction sessions?
I will take this. We gathered data from LibCal now for our workshops, and in this case, again, this is one of those issues that we know we have with the data. We use registration data, not attendance data. With course integrated instruction, when the librarians report that they have done a session for course integrated instruction, we go through and clean that up, and then we run a report against the data warehouse for, again, all the students that are in that course. And then Mariya might be able to talk more about how we actually go about those correlation pieces, but we get data from the Office of Institutional Research or from the data warehouse with the GPA.
Thank you very much. A couple more questions here. I think this is a common question in these settings, but can you address the issue of student consent to be in the data set?
Right now, we don't have an explicit consent process. We do have, we received approval from the Institutional Review Board for this project. We are working on creating a more robust library framework for getting student consent for participating in projects like this, but for now it's implied consent that this is part of the work of the university, and that was the argument that we presented to the IRB when we were proposing this project.
Thank you. This one is more of a comment than a question, but it's a good comment. Thank you so much. It's really interesting. Please consider sharing these results more broadly or partner with DEI librarians. If this population isn't using the library, how can we expect to work in the libraries? Related to that, perhaps, is a different question. There are so many other possible causes within instructional contexts, both in the course and library instruction. Did you get traction with campus partners given that critique? This particular questioner has had trouble with gaining such traction.
I think I'm answering this correctly, and that is when talking with campus partners such as academic advisors or folks on the student affairs side, they were very happy to see the data and very happy to know that we were collecting it and analyzing it and looking for these correlations. And I feel like from my experience, they're much more used to this correlative research. So we're very willing and eager to think about it and then include us in some of this large scale programming. So from that aspect, we did get good feedback from our partners.
Thank you very much. Well, what a fantastic way to end this mini section of the workshop. There's a few more questions in the Q&A and also in the chat. I'll leave that to you, Mariya and Kate, whether you're able to answer those offline. But for now, we're going to a 15-minute break, and there will be some background music playing as your auditory cue. So when the music stops, it's time to sit down and restart again. See you in 15 minutes.
Welcome back. I'm Steve Hiller, and I'll be your moderator for the next 4 papers. Just a bit of housekeeping here. Please, if you have questions for the presenters, use the Q&A so we have a record instead of the chat. For our first, excuse me, our first paper is Have Library Users' Expectations Decreased? A statistical comparison of LibQual plus scores for effective service, information control, and library as place for the past 2 decades. I should not have had that chocolate nut cookie. And we have Martha Kyrillidou, who is a principal and CEO of QualityMetrics, Giovanna Badia, assistant librarian at McGill University, and Colleen Cook, Dean of Libraries at McGill University. And Martha and Colleen have been associated with the conference from the beginning. So it'd be really interesting to hear what they have to say about the 2 decades of library LibQual scores. Thank you.
The LibQual survey is a survey born from the library users' words, feelings, and thoughts, standardized by the Association of Research Libraries and offered to libraries across the world to measure users' perceptions and expectations of the library services. It is about how our users think about their libraries based on their own words and needs, in particular the interactions with library staff, called as the effective service dimension, the ability to find and access needed books, journals, and other materials in print and electronic formats in the library's collections, known as information control, and the use of library spaces, known as the library as place dimension. The majority of the questions, the 22 core questions, consist of rating statements on a 9-point scale, with 1 being the lowest score and 9 the highest. Respondents are asked to rate each statement 3 times to provide 1 rating for the minimum service level the respondent finds acceptable, another rating for the level of service personally desired, and the last rating for the level of service the respondent believes or perceives is currently being provided. 3 ratings provide context for interpretation, since the rating a person gives for a service received is placed in a range of that person's expectations. It is not just a single number. Furthermore, the gap between the minimum and desired levels of service helps identify which services are the most important to library users. So effective service has 9 questions, information control 8 questions, and library as place 5 questions. Screening and cleaning data based on the amount of missing information. ARL computes the average of the scores for these 3 dimensions. Colleen Cook, who was the co-PI on the grant that launched LibQual 20 years ago, a grant provided by the Department of Education Fund for the Improvement of Post-Secondary Education. She's also the co-author of this presentation, and she's dean at McGill Library. She did notice a decline in the average of McGill respondents' desired service level ratings for information control statements. She wondered if the same pattern was being seen by other libraries. Changes in users' expectations have the potential to affect library strategic directions and budget allocations. Most members of the Association of Research Libraries spend the largest portion of their budgets on collections. While academic library budgets focus on collections, recent reports call again for more of a focus on user needs rather than collections, since the population being served aims to find and access a variety of sources beyond the holdings of their local libraries. This is reinforced by the majority of users starting their search in Google or Google Scholar instead of the library. With the shift to increased user-centeredness in technology applications, we sought to answer whether individuals' expectations of the library changed over time by comparing the survey results of libraries who have administered this survey multiple times since its creation in the early 2000s. We reviewed many small multiples, and we concluded that further analysis of the data needs to take place as the trend in information control was small but noticeable. Here you see the small multiples from the effective service dimension. Here you see the small multiples from the library as place dimension. And here is where you see the small multiples from the information control dimension. A small multiple is a series of similar graphs or charts using the same scale and axis, allowing them to be easily compared. It uses multiple views to show different partitions of a data set. So, having examined the small multiples for all three dimensions, we did notice that the information control desired dimension has a declining trajectory for undergraduate students. With this information in our hands, we decided to launch our official investigation.
Our analysis of the data involved using our software to examine the results of institutions who participated in LibQual at least 5 times since 2003, with their most recent survey distribution being anywhere from 2017 to 2019. 75 institutions met this criteria. These were from North America, Europe, and Africa. We included an additional institution that had participated in LibQual over a dozen times and whose most recent participation was in 2015 when we began our investigation. We have one overarching research question for this project. Is there a difference between LibQual's average minimum, desired, and perceived service level scores for the 3 dimensions among participating libraries over time? This can be subdivided into multiple more specific questions that look at differences in scores among one user group, between user groups such as undergraduates, graduate students, and faculty, as well as differences between specific years. Today, we will present findings from comparing the average minimum, desired, and perceived service level scores for affective service information control and libraries placed among one user group, so among undergraduates. We'll be looking at our comparison of each institution's first and most recent LibQual survey distribution. 13 years on average was the time that passed between the first and most recent LibQual participation across the institutions examined. We applied 2 non-parametric and complementary statistical tests. These tests were Ewan's test and the explanatory measure of effect size test. We used non-parametric tests since Likert scales, which are used in the LibQual survey, do not meet the assumptions of normality. The LibQual results had a skewed distribution, and there were also unequal variances between the groups being compared. The table shows the number of institutions who experienced a significant change in undergraduate mean scores between their first and most recent year of LibQual participation. We defined significance in terms of obtaining both a p-value less than 0.05 from Ewan's test and a medium to large effect size from the explanatory measure of effect size test. Most institutions, over 90%, did not experience a significant change in their undergraduate scores for the minimum service level for all 3 categories. In other words, undergraduates' rating of the level of minimum service they find acceptable, for affective service about their interactions with library staff, for information control about their experiences with library collections, and about libraries' place about their use of physical spaces in the library, stayed consistent over time for the majority of institutions. There was also no significant change for personally desired service levels for affective service and libraries' place for most institutions. This is not surprising for affective service, since expectations were already high in the first year of LibQual survey distribution, with a median score of 8.3 among the 76 institutions, so there was not much room to grow on a 9-point scale to see significant change going upwards. Undergraduates desired quality interactions with library staff back then, and they still do 10 to 15 years later. Expectations for libraries' place also stayed stable for most institutions. The same cannot be said for the desired service level for information control. The median score for all the institutions examined was high the first year, reaching 8.5. Again, there was not much room to grow on a 9-point scale to observe significant change in a positive direction. Over a quarter of institutions did experience a change in undergraduate scores, and these scores decreased. This suggests that undergraduates have lower expectations for library collections at these institutions compared to 10 to 15 years ago. McGill University Library is just one example of the institutions that experienced a decline over time. And McGill is not alone. Among the institutions examined, there were 19 other libraries that also saw a decline between their first and most recent year of LibQual survey distribution. This was the observation that Colleen had made and which motivated this investigation. Lastly, I want to speak briefly about perceived service levels. So the level of service the respondent believes is currently being provided by his or her library. Undergraduate scores for perceived service level significantly increased in over a third of institutions for affective service, increased for 16% of institutions for information control, and 21% of institutions for libraries place. This suggests that libraries in these institutions made service improvements in these areas over time to respond to user feedback, such as that obtained from LibQual survey results.
The implications for our study are profound. The most striking difference that we have found is the difference in desired expectations among one particular user group, undergraduates, over the 2015 10-year time frame of many research libraries using LibQual. We have shown through simple graphs and statistical significant testing that there is a statistical significantly difference over 20 years with a medium to high effect size in desired scores in information control. As a reminder, information control is both the content provided by a library and access to that content. With LibQual data, we have now shown in quantitative terms that there's a shift occurring in expectations of libraries, of research libraries, that has been already spoken about in major venues in qualitative terms, particularly, for example, by Torsten Reimer, who is head of research services at the British Library. Research services there include both collections and services. He spoke at the RLUK 2019 conference and particularly mentioned that there is a clear difference in what undergraduates in particular are wanting from libraries in the digital age. Then again, in just last May in 2020, Torsten Reimer again promulgated and spoke about a digital manifesto for the digital shift in research libraries. In particular, what the manifesto suggests is that with the digital shift in libraries, there are practical steps that researchers need to take in managing our libraries. So, for instance, the skills that are needed to empower staff are different from what they have been in our traditional libraries. We need to stop doing things that don't add value, We need to partner with experts in data services, digital services, computational analysis, and AI. The collection is all content available all over the world. And what we need to do with our librarians is to teach them so that they can teach others how to navigate this universe. What we have learned and what has been suggested by Reimer and his colleagues, we have shown in quantitative terms in our study in LibQual that there is a significant shift, and actually shown in a statistically significant manner, that what our undergraduates want from content is content that is represented everywhere, not just in the traditionally authoritative content that's represented in a library, in our research library. So what this means, of course, is that our librarians need to be able to navigate this universe. And we need to be able to teach our undergraduates the importance of authoritative information, and as is manifestly obvious through recent events in our times. It is important that we manage to do this because we must necessarily establish library staff as the authorities for navigating trusted content, because we can no longer assume that libraries will either be able to collect trusted content, and libraries are certainly not being seen by undergraduates as the singular source of trusted content by definition. Content is everywhere. It is out there, and we have to accept this reality. The cow is out of the barn, the cat is out of the bag. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Martha, Giovanna, and Colleen. We have a couple of questions. The first question is, I didn't see any information about full versus light protocols. I guess the full versus light difference doesn't affect the scores here.
Yeah, let me take a cut at this one. So we worked with the dimension scores. So, you know, dimension scores are being calculated in both the full and the light, you know, using full and light cases. So it did not, we did not look further into the effect of full and light versions on the scores. But there have been other studies actually that have looked into the effect of full and light versions of the protocol on the dimension scores.
Thank you. We have another question. Knowing that LibQual is based on ServQual, does that literature offer any insights on interpreting this kind of shift?
Let me take that one. No. My first reaction is no. Maybe Martha can think of something, but ServQual was would mainly have been interested in the affective service dimension. If the person asking the question is really talking about what it might mean if desired expectations decline over time, I think that the ServQual researchers would say that then managers need to pay attention to that and see if that's where you want to put your resources.
Thank you. And finally, we have one question. I think we only have a minute anyway. So you're focused on the undergraduates. The question is, was the same found in other populations, e.g. graduates and faculty?
Giovanna, why did you take that one?
We also saw it in other populations, but we didn't see as large of a percentage that had a significant change decreasing in the other populations. So today, because there's a lot of data, we have a lot of results. Today, we just wanted to concentrate on undergraduates, but we also saw institutions that had a significant change, a decrease for information people desired for graduate students and faculty for other populations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. And we'll move on to our next presentation now. And the presentation is What Does It Take, or the title, What Does It Take? Evidence-Based Strategies for Student Survey Engagement by Nicole Betancourt. And Nicole is Survey Operations Specialist at Ithaka SNR.
Great, thanks so much, Steve. Again, I'm Nicole Betancourt, Survey Operations Specialist here at Ithaka SNR, and thank you all so much for attending my session today of the Library Assessment Conference. So for today's presentation, I'll be discussing something that I'm sure is familiar with everyone attending this webinar, the risks of low engagement in research. And so this presentation will heavily focus on survey research, but some of the strategies that I'll be sharing today can also be applied to qualitative research as well. So I'll first discuss what we already know about the risks of low engagement. So here at Ithaka SNR, we have a number of strategies that we have practiced over many years to help mitigate these risks. And then around 2018, as part of a survey that we conducted, we had the opportunity to A/B test different email address types and incentive offerings in order to assess their effectiveness in engaging with students. So these are the areas that we were still unsure of. So I'll expand on how we investigated these topics and what we uncovered there. And finally, I'll also discuss some considerations to make in light of the pandemic and conducting research during this time. So first, what makes this kind of research important? Well, prior to the A/B testing that we did, increasing engagement was something that was very important to us already, and something that I know is very important to the communities that we serve. And again, I'm sure this is something that most of you attending this webinar have had to grapple with at one point in time. So low response rates can lead to non-response error, which can bias results if the perspectives of non-respondents differ from those who have answered a survey. It can also decrease generalizability and representativeness of findings, and it can also make it challenging or perhaps even impossible to analyze findings by particular subgroups, especially if the amount of people in your subgroups is too small. And so coming into this survey we conducted, we were already practicing a number of strategies to help mitigate the risks of low engagement. And we did apply some of those to this survey. So for survey communications, we know that personalization is quite effective in increasing engagement. So we piped in particular fields such as the first name, the institution name, what incentive we were offering, and the signatory information. And for the messaging content, we always try to keep our messaging very brief and to the point, but are also sure to include key information, such as what topics are covered in the survey, what incentive might be offered, if any, how long it takes to complete a survey, and also how the findings will be used. We also find that varying the subject line as well as the signatory information can help increase the visibility of our communications and helps to encourage participation. And when it comes to distributing the messaging, the timing here is very important. So varying the day of the week and also the time of day that messaging is distributed can help to increase participation. It's great to avoid distributing messaging during holidays or breaks or any other periods of disruption. And also it's quite important to strike the right balance between sending enough survey communications to achieve a sufficient response rate, but also to make sure that you're not bombarding your participants with too many messages. So a period of fieldwork of about 4 to 6 weeks tends to be good with this population, and also having 2 to 3 reminder messages that are spaced out by about a week. And this tends to be ideal for striking that balance. So what we were still unsure of when engaging with students was the effectiveness of connecting with them through different email address types and what incentive offerings might resonate the most with students. So we had the opportunity to A/B test both of these things as part of a survey that we fielded among community college students within the US. So this survey was fielded at 7 different community colleges. Each of those colleges had their own personalized instance of the survey, and that was all done in the fall semester of 2018. And so I'll say that the population for this project is quite unique in that, community colleges often have a large number of working students, there's a large number of parents, and it can be kind of challenging to engage with these groups of students. But while this project focuses heavily on community college students, I'll say that the results and the strategies that I'll be sharing on in just a moment can be applied to other audiences, such as students at four-year colleges as well. And so for our A/B testing, of the email addresses, this involved collecting an institutional email address as well as an alternative email address, so a non-institutional email such as a Gmail, an Outlook, a Hotmail email address, if that was available for each student in the sample. And then when looking towards what email was best to select for each contact, there were a variety of unique factors that we considered for each institution. The biggest one probably being campus culture around what email address is typically used to contact students. And we then analyzed the response rates in the aggregate and also at the institutional level to see which email address type was most effective in engaging with students. So here you can see a breakdown of each institution's sample by email address type, along with their response rates by each of the email addresses. And so I recognize that, some eyes might be glazing over this table here, and it can be a lot of information to take in. So I'm going to walk you through this here. Overall, we found minimal differences in the effectiveness of either the institutional or the non-institutional email in reaching students. And so that's at the aggregate level, but this significantly varies among the institutional level. So for example, for some of the colleges, the institutional email was more successful at reaching students. One example of this is Pierce College District, which you might see here towards the bottom of the table. And in other cases, the non-institutional email address worked really well. Looking towards the top of the table here at Bronx Community College and Borough of Manhattan Community College, that email address type did better for those. So really, What email address type will work best really depends on the institution. It's really fairly split, and what approach to use will vary here. So what can we take away from these findings? Again, what email address is best to use will vary by each institution. So careful consideration should be given as to what approach to use here. One of the most significant factors to consider here will be campus culture. So if an institution has a policy of contacting students via their institutional email, it would probably be wise to take that approach. On the other hand, if it's more common to use the non-institutional email to contact students, it would probably be best to use that approach instead. There are some things to consider with using an institutional email address. This can potentially improve message deliverability and security. So it's possible for IT departments to conduct things like whitelisting, unblocking surveys on web browsers, and also employing other strategies to increase deliverability and security with the institutional email. There may also be some other alternatives to consider here, though. So maybe worth considering using channels either other than or in addition to the use of email. One example of this would be sending surveys via text message. And when it's not clear what email address type to use, what you could do is randomly assign an email address type to each contact in your sample. And you could even send out the survey to a subset of your sample and see which email address performs better, and then update the rest of your sample accordingly. So when we A/B tested the different gift card options, we looked at Amazon and Visa, and we found in our preliminary research that $100 gift cards would provide a sufficient incentive without being coercive, and also that this incentive type would not disproportionately influence participation, considering that these prize types could be used to make a broad range of purchases. So our process was in our sample, we randomly assigned students to either Amazon or Visa for their incentive. We piped in their incentive information into the survey communications. And then at the close of the survey, we had a separate anonymous form for respondents to enter their contact information to apply for the raffle. And then at the close of the survey, we randomly selected 5 Amazon and 5 Visa gift card winners per each institution. And so the Amazon winners received a unique gift code to collect their prize, and the Visa gift card winners had to provide their full mailing address to us so that we could mail them their gift card. So I'm just going to pose the question off to you all before I move on to the next slide with our results. What do you think was the incentive that most resonated with students? And so this is kind of a trick question because the answer is that both of them equally resonated with students. So we found that the difference between the Amazon and Visa gift cards was really marginal. Respondents were about equally as likely to either partially complete or fully finish a survey, regardless of what prize they were offered. We found that Visa gift cards were just slightly more popular, but the difference is really within 1 to 2 percentage points and is quite small. As you can see here, this holds up at the aggregate and the institutional level. We did also analyze the findings among particular subgroups, but again, the differences were very minimal. And so the takeaway here is that both prize options resonate with students just as much. But there are some considerations to keep in mind if you're trying to determine which option is the best to move forward with. So again, as I've already mentioned, both of these prizes resonate with students. For Amazon, the whole process is conducted digitally. For the Visa gift cards, these have to either be distributed in person or physically mailed. With Amazon, there's no additional costs or labor associated. With the Visa gift cards, there's a small purchasing fee for each gift card. And, you know, especially during the pandemic when students are less likely to be on campus, there may be additional costs for delivering those gift cards. For the Amazon gift cards, there's no further information needed. And then for the Visa gift cards, you know, if you are mailing those out, you will need to collect the full mailing address from your recipients, which could potentially raise some privacy concerns. So, you know, if you are trying to think about minimizing costs for purchasing and distributing incentives, and also want an incentive that really resonates with students, it would make sense to move forward here with the Amazon gift cards. However, the Visa gift cards resonate just as much with students, but there are additional costs when it comes to distributing this incentive and additional labor involved. So, of course, this research that I've shared today was all conducted prior to the COVID-19 pandemic back in 2018. So while it may have been challenging to engage with students, you know, before the pandemic, it's even more challenging to do so now. And there are likely to be, you know, a number of professional and personal challenges that students are grappling with, and low response rates are also probably more likely. But if you are conducting research during this time, there are some strategies that you can practice or use to move forward with your research. And so first, I'll say recognizing humanity. Additional steps should be taken to acknowledge the difficult circumstances that your audience may be facing right now. So using language to acknowledge this and the complicated and disruptive time is extremely important. Making it even easier to participate. So it's advisable to avoid questions that are you know, too theoretical or complicated, or ask respondents to speculate too far ahead into the future. And perhaps most important is making it actionable. So avoid asking questions that are maybe nice to know about, but that you may be unable to act on at this time. And when you're designing your research, it's important to consider questions like, how will me and my colleagues act on these findings, and how quickly can we do so? And really ensure that you're not offering a false promise or false hope to your respondents by asking about particular topics where you may be unable to offer additional support or make changes. And so that is all I have to share with you all today. So again, I'd like to say thank you so much for attending this session. Here is my contact information. So if you're interested in digging further into the findings or have additional questions maybe we won't get to today, please feel free to reach out to me. And yeah, happy to move on to questions.
I have time just for one question. What really resonated, Nicole, was incentives, because there were a fair number of comments and questions about incentives. And I think one was whether you found any either blowback or resistance to Amazon from a value perspective, that is, in light of the way Amazon warehouse workers are supported, for example.
Not that I recall. You know, I'm definitely aware that there's probably some controversy around moving forward with Amazon as an incentive option. But thinking of, you know, the audience that we were surveying here as students, we didn't receive any feedback that students were unhappy with the incentive offering or any kind of negative pushback there. And at the time, I don't recall anyone else being involved with the project pushing back on that.
Okay, well, we'll let you answer some of these questions offline if you have time. We have to
Sure.
move some of them over from chat, but all of them were incentive related. So thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on. Our next presentation is Secret Shopping as a Method to Understand User Experience, a case study. And it's presented by Grace YoungJoo Jeon, and she is Assessment and User Experience Librarian at Tulane University. Grace?
Thank you, Steve. Hello, everyone. My name is Grace YoungJoo Jeon, and I'm the Assessment and User Experience Librarian at Tulane University. I'm glad to have an opportunity to present my work today. First, let me briefly give you some background for this study. The Tulane University libraries, which serve about 14,000 students, include Howard Tilton Memorial Library, which is the main library, and Medes Library, which is the Health Science Library, the Latin American Library, and Special Collections. I joined Tulane in late 2018, and this study was conducted in spring 2019 and was one of several assessment projects I was asked to do upon my arrival. For this study, our goals were to understand how Tulane students experience our libraries at different service points, and to provide inputs for refining and developing training for library employees if necessary. For this, we applied a secret shopping method to the library setting. Secret shopping, also known as mystery shopping, is a market research method that evaluates customer services by having trained people act as customers and rate their experience based on given criteria. There have been many studies reporting how different libraries use this method to understand user experience with their library services. For example, in the library setting, a participant poses as a patron and visits a library service points like a circulation desk and ask a library employee a question and then evaluate their experience based on given criteria. So for this study, we focused on 4 different service points: the circulation desk, the research help desk, and media services desk at the main library, and the information services desk at the health sciences library. We believe that it would be better to focus on these 4 service points rather than addressing all, because this was the first time we conducted a user study using the secret shopping method. For this, we needed to develop instruments, including scenarios, evaluation form, and background questionnaire. In developing these instruments, I investigated previous work that employed the secret shopping method in the academic library setting. Unfortunately, most studies tended to provide limited information on instruments they used for their study. When I attended the library assessment conference in 2018, luckily I had a chance to speak with colleagues from Texas State University, Tricia Boucher and Jessica McLean, who had years of experience conducting secret shopper assessment at their institution. Thankfully, they were willing to share their experience and their sample instruments. and I was able to refer to their samples when developing scenarios and evaluation form for this study. Let me describe how instruments were developed in more detail. For scenario development, I first obtained and analyzed transaction data for the past 3 years from Rep Analytics, and this was intended to identify formats, modes, and question topics that student users frequently asked for each service point. Based on the analysis results, I identified 4 modes, which include in-person visit, phone call, chat, and email, and identified 7 question topics, including checkout, directional, literature search, reference, resources, technology help, and miscellaneous. As a result, 45 scenarios were developed for this study. As you can see in this table, these include various combinations of interaction modes and question topics, depending on the service point. For example, for the circulation desk at the main library, we developed 10 questions, and among them, 8 for in-person visit and 2 for phone calls. No questions via chat or email were developed for the circulation desk because data showed that very few users used chat or email to ask their questions at this service point. Let me show you one scenario used for this study as an example. First, each scenario has scenario number and title. The title shows the service point that a participant will visit or contact and the topic of question. Second, it has information about interaction mode and the hours of the service point. Third, it includes a question that a participant will ask. Lastly, it has information about what they can reveal when the library employee asks for more information, and information about when they can stop. Then the online evaluation form was developed to gather participants' feedback about their interaction. This form included questions about interaction, such as scenario number, mode, date and time a participant asked the question, questions about the perception of the answer received, such as satisfaction and comprehension, and questions about the perception of the library employee, such as approachability and attentiveness. In addition, the background questionnaire was developed to gather participants' demographic data, such as gender, school year, affiliations, and their previous experience with the libraries. To be eligible, participants needed to satisfy these criteria: at least 18 years old, currently enrolled as a student, a first-time participants of the library user studies in the spring semester, and currently not employed as a student worker at the libraries. To recruit participants, email invitations were sent to enrolled students, and flyers were posted around the campus. As for the procedure, first, participants attended the introductory session in order to ensure that they have a common understanding of the study procedure. At the introductory session, I provided a brief overview of the study, explained what they were expected to do and how they can fill out the online evaluation form. Then each participant was assigned 3 randomly assigned scenarios. And at the end of the session, they were asked to fill out the online background questionnaire. 7 introductory sessions were held, which with a range of 2 to 5 participants, and each session took about 30 to 40 minutes. And participants were given 2 weeks to complete the assigned scenarios. They could visit or contact the service point at any time or day of the week during the service point's hours. And after completing assigned task, participants submitted an online evaluation form to provide information about how they perceived the customer service at the service points they visited or contacted based on their interaction with the library employee. And participants who completed all tasks received an Amazon gift card for their participation. Now I'm going to discuss our findings. We recruited 25 undergraduate and graduate students. Among them, 21 participants completed the study. Among 21 participants, 6 were male and 15 were female. And participants included 5 freshmen, 4 sophomores, 6 juniors, 2 seniors, 2 graduate students, and 2 medical professional students. As you can see in the graph on the right, participants came from various schools. They submitted 62 online evaluation forms in total. Among 45 scenarios, 4 scenarios were not assigned because of the random assignment. And as you can see in this graph, questions that were asked by participants were relatively distributed evenly throughout the week, except for Friday and Saturday. And the majority of questions were asked during the afternoon between noon and 5 p.m. Overall, participants reported that they found their experience very pleasant and positive. They said that they were satisfied with the answer provided, regardless of the mode of interaction and locations of service point. Also, they reported that they felt that the library employees were attentive and approachable and treated them respectfully and answered their questions in layperson's language. Here are some quotes from participants. For example, one participant said that the person who answered the phone was very helpful and gave so much extra information. Another person said that she and the other task staff members were super friendly and definitely went above and beyond to help answer my question, even though I wasn't able to be super specific about what I was looking for. While the majority reported that their experience were positive, a few participants also kind of mentioned they were not satisfied with the interaction when they interacted with the library employees using email or chat or phones. So for example, they mentioned a lack of contextual cues in phone interaction and lack of personalization in an email response and difficulty in connecting to a chat. So here are some quotes from the participants. For example, they said, "I tried multiple times and I was unable to get help." In conclusion, let me briefly talk about what we learned from this study. First, this study allowed us to identify ways to improve our services at these service points. In addition, we learned a potential kind of usability test, benefits of usability test as a way to promote awareness of library services and resources. In addition, we learned the benefits of sharing first-hand experiences among librarians in designing and implementing assessment activities. And lastly, this study also demonstrated reproducibility of secret shopping as a user experience research method in the library setting. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Grace. And if you do have questions, put them in the Q&A. We do have one question, and that is, did library employees know there could be secret shopping visitors? And we told them about it in the library, we work, but not when and where. That was enough to improve their service levels.
Yes, so as you said, for this study, we kind of told the library employees in advance there will be a user study using this method, but as you said, we didn't tell when and on what day exactly that was going to happen, but we kind of mentioned the months as a kind of the potential time that this study was going to happen. So they were aware that there will be some kind of this secret shopper will be coming to the desk and ask a question based on scenario.
What was their reaction to that?
I would say in the kind of early stage of designing this study, there were some concerns about using this method to kind of understand the user's experience. But before we kind of launched this study, we kind of tried to talk to the library employees about how we are going to conduct this study in details, and also how we are going to use those results for the library services very specifically. So we kind of tried to kind of address concerns in advance to begin this study. And actually, after finishing this study, I presented the results and also kind of talked about what we can do based on these findings. And we were able to kind of come up with some actionable items we can kind of do immediately to address some issues we identified based on this study.
Another question, did this lead to any changes in how you provide your services?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, we were able to kind of refine our existing training for the library employees based on the findings from this study. So we kind of make some changes for the library employees training content. And also, for example, for the media services task, they kind of asked me to do more in-depth analysis of the results for that specific service task. So I kind of did a follow-up analysis of the data and provided more detailed information. And based on that information, they kind of discussed what would be the good ways to further improve the services at their desk.
And finally, did you seek IRB approval?
Yes, I did IRB approval for this study. So that's the reason it took some time for us to really launch this study for this type of work. So we didn't really expect to take that much time for getting through the IRB, but that was another kind of the lesson we learned from this study. So we have to really kind of think about how long it will take to going through ILB process in order to kind of have study approved by the ILB.
Well, thank you so much, Grace.
Thank you.
I gotta say, it's such a relief to be able to focus on these presentations and not to check my news feed every 15 minutes or hit the refresh button on the Washington Post. So let's move on to our next presentation then, which is unraveling the search string, assessing library discovery layers using patron queries. And our presenter is Robert Heaton, who's collection management librarian at Utah State University. Also contributing to this was Liz Woolcott, head of cataloging and metadata services at Utah State. Robert?
Thank you. Looks like I'm about situated here. Right, I'm Robert Heaton from Utah State University. My colleague Liz unfortunately couldn't be here due to a last minute situation. Note I've got her Twitter handle there if you like to tweet, and Liz would definitely be happy to get back to you. So I'll be presenting Unraveling the Search String, Assessing Library Discovery Layers Using Patron Queries. USU is a mid-sized land-grant institution. Right now our discovery layer is Encore Duet, which pulls catalog results from our Sierra ILS and article results from EBSCO Discovery Service. Our research sought to answer what are our users doing and how well is it working. We'll talk at the end about where we hope to apply those answers. Each user interaction in Encore generates a new URL. We use Google Analytics to harvest the pages visited by users on 3 different days of the week on 3 different weeks. We imported the URLs into Airtable and then exported those that led to a search results page. We imported these into Octoparse, a web scraping tool that gathered search terms, number of results, and other information from those pages. And we imported this back into Airtable. In total, we gathered over 3,000 URLs and 68,000 corresponding search results. In Airtable, we then coded URL details such as facets used or results pages visited. We grouped and organized URLs into search sessions based on timestamps and related search terms. And we identified known items and where they were indexed and whether they were available to our users, and a lot more beyond that quick summary. So the bulk of our presentation will be on our findings, starting with some high-level data. We found that the majority of the time, around 50%, patrons were looking for known items. Those were pretty equally split between books and articles with minimal interest in other formats. Topical searches were a fairly close second category, followed by searches for some kind of entity that had a name other than being an item. And then other includes things like URLs pasted into the search box. 2/3 of the time, users spent 2 minutes or less on a search session. On the right, user actions such as searching, choosing a facet, or viewing a detailed record are each counted as URLs logged. So most often, about 1/3 of the time, users ran a single search. 54% of the time, they visited 1 to 2 URLs, so that might be running a search and then making a single adjustment to it. So some users do some in-depth searching, but longer sessions with multiple search adjustments happen much less often than very short sessions. We identified 3 distinct strategies that users sometimes employed. They ran a new search, making changes to some or all of the terms within that same search session. They chose facets or limiters after running a search, and they visited the advanced search screen to select specific metadata elements to search. This slide shows how common each strategy was among our search sessions. About half the time, users simply searched and viewed results. After that, they then preferred modifying their search terms or applying facets. And then after that, kind of some combination of applying facets, modifying terms, and advanced search. The advanced search screen was the least commonly used. Even when combination with the other strategies here, advanced search was part of under 9% of sessions in our data set. So now I'll show you what each of these strategies looks like. So first, users adjust their search terms based on the number of results and how relevant those are. So this series of searches here comes from our data set. And again, this approach in general was users' first strategy of choice. A third of search sessions included search term changes, and this slide shows the nature of those changes. These are often used in different combinations, but these counts show every time that users changed some or all of the terms, or added or removed terms from a search. So then that second to last category there, fixing a typo, it was a fairly small group, but we noted that our data set showed no use of the discovery tools "did you mean" feature. To be fair to our users, Encore gives some pretty irrelevant recommendations, but we think also users might expect corrections to happen behind the scenes like they do in Google. And then this other category at the bottom is pretty broad, changing capitalization or the order of search terms, adding or removing quotation marks, punctuation, spaces, spelling out an acronym, or manually adding Boolean operators or an asterisk. So we found that users were much more likely to change their search terms when they were conducting a topical search compared to a known item or entity search. That makes sense because searching by topic is likely to be more exploratory and flexible and iterative. So the next strategy is our facets. This is what it looks like on the left zoomed in, and then on the right shown in context. Only those refinements relevant to the current query appear as limiters. So as the example here, if there were 0 books and media results instead of 12, that refinement option would not appear at all. 19% of sessions use facets, and then these are the categories that those kind of fell into. Because the article collection is so much bigger than our catalog, and also because of the full text searching capability that's part of that, the article facets were displayed much more frequently than the catalog ones, our books and media one that's listed third there. So even though books and media appears higher than articles when it is listed, and even though they searched for books and for articles about the same amount, because the article facet was present more often in search results, it makes sense that it would be selected 5 times as often as the books one. So to break down these categories just a little bit, within that article category, limiting to articles themselves was the most selected option, followed by limiting to peer-reviewed sources and full text. Within the format facet, academic journals was by far the most selected option, with kind of other formats following, again, either garnering less interest or appearing less often to be clicked on at all. And then within the language category, English was selected most often, with a few other languages occasionally used as well. Users doing topic and named entity searches were more likely to use facets than those searching for known items. And then our third strategy here, this is our advanced search page. The features are probably self-explanatory, nothing too surprising here, but one thing we wanted to mention is how this option is situated on our library's web presence. On the current design of our homepage, there's no direct link to the advanced search, just a prominent, simple search box. So once users have run a search and viewed results, then they can click on the advanced search link right by the search box there. So these are the options used in that 9% of searches where advanced searching was used. Keyword and are the default field and the default Boolean operator. And most often the defaults there were combined with other fields. So like a keyword field and an author field. Here, topical and named entity searches each use advanced searching about twice as often as known item searches do. But again, overall advanced search just isn't used. I'll skip this one, but it's kind of there for your reference. So far we've talked about what we've learned about how users are going about their research. So now I'll shift to the other part, how well those strategies seem to succeed. So first, when users adjusted their search terms, did Encore offer another mechanism for achieving that same refinement? The tool features we talked about aren't necessarily preferable to the way that users have done it, but if they are used when they're available, that suggests that the tool works in a way that aligns with users' mental models. So we wanted to understand that. And for the most part, when these features were not used, it was because they were not available. Just 12% of the time, when users made adjustments to their search terms, they were missing an opportunity to use an Encore feature to achieve that same result. Now with advanced search, we found something interesting, that over 40% of all of those searches were used incorrectly. And I'll show you here the most common misconception. So on the right, there's two phrases entered in separate search boxes, and here are the results for that search. So you can see Encore adds parentheses to the phrases from those two boxes, which then produces the same result as not having the parentheses there. So we believe that this particular user intended to perform a phrase search, which is actually achieved in Encore using quotation marks. So where the original search returns 35,000 results, this method drastically reduces that number to just 150. So as librarians, we certainly recognize the value of what advanced searching can do, but users confronting it will probably benefit from some better instruction from us to do it successfully. And then maybe in the medium or longer term, our data could help us make a case with the vendor to change those boxes so that they are phrase searches, or at least spell out to users how they can include phrase searches. Now this one was the result of a series of accidents. The days that we collected data included a period when article results had simply disappeared from our discovery layer. It turns out we'd failed to send Innovative our new API password when it had changed in our EBSCO account, so they didn't have access to those results anymore. So at this point, the discovery interface was only displaying the content that was also available in our traditional catalog. So during that period, over half of the searches attempted returned 0 results, and overall the number of results returned for each search decreased by over 1/3. In other words, our catalog alone would not respond effectively to the terms that users input into our discovery layer. So the remaining measures of effectiveness that I'll show you here focus on known items. Known items represent a concrete measurable need where we can estimate whether a strategy succeeded or failed. On the other hand, a general search for a topic is likely to offer some results, but we would need some qualitative methods to find out if users ended up satisfied. So here on this slide, we deduced that if users spotted their known item among the first few results, they wouldn't be likely to change their search terms or apply a facet. As we found, known item searchers changed their search terms in 18% of sessions and applied facets in 14%. We recognize that sometimes this was because of a user error like a typo. In other cases, the item wasn't listed, wasn't indexed anywhere, or we didn't offer the full text, so they kept looking. But these are good candidates for further research so we can reduce user frustration. Another kind of aspect of known item searching is where it shows up in our relevancy ranking. As some context for that, our collections provided access to 77% of the known items that our patrons searched for. We found that the known item generally appeared within the first few results, the number 1 position being most common. And then there on the far right, the NA is just 5% of the time the item was not included anywhere in the results. There's kind of a lot of detail on this one, but just wanted to highlight here that this matrix helps us see kind of both the false positives and the false negatives. So items listed that we don't have, which is the top right, and items that we do have that are not listed in response to a search, the bottom left. So really about 90% of the time, Encore correctly provided access to the full text of a known item if it was available. When known items are available electronically, 60% of the time they're accessible directly by a single click. 27% required 2 steps and 11% took 3 steps. So when we do provide access online, the process is quite seamless. Another delivery method, of course, is our physical collections. At least 14% of known physical items from our user searches circulated around the time of our search. The data is really messy, but it's at least 14%. So to return to our research questions for the last minute here, first, how did users conduct their searches? Basically, their strategies changed depending on the type of search. Compared to known items, topical searches were twice as long and complex. When a session included both known item and topic searches, users were still more engaged, more strategies, spent more time. Then the second question, did users come get what they came for? And most often the answer is yes. Their most common strategies worked with rather than against Encore's features. User searches brought the desired items to the top. User search strings, while effective in this web scale discovery environment, would fail in a library catalog or other traditional tool without full text searching. Our users make short targeted visits to Encore, apparently more interested in full text availability than breadth and depth of indexing. And Encore generally did deliver that full text. e-resource access is quick and easy, and our physical collections continue to be relevant in the question of discovery. So I'll skip this. Certainly a number of future kind of research questions raised. And just to really briefly summarize, on the left, you'll see kind of the areas that we're thinking about applying these findings, kind of tweaking where features are displayed and things like that in our current implementation, supporting users better in person and through kind of tutorial materials, and then exploring potential candidates for migration. And then overall, the insights that we received from each of these areas is kind of the same. First, we need to account for the most common needs, known item, and then topical searches. We also need to account for the most common strategies, adjusting search terms and then applying facets. And then along with all of that, we've developed these kind of basic metrics of, is it in the collection? Could they find it? Could they access it? That we can then apply in each of these domains and measure subsequent improvements. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Robert. If you do have questions, please use the Q&A function there. We have a couple for you. One is, can you explain a bit about the 3 tools that you used?
Sure. So Google Analytics has been built in for some time into our Encore instance, and so it's just a matter of kind of tweaking and understanding that to pull URLs. That's pretty well documented. Octoparse is a really accessible tool where basically you say, here is the URL I want you to look at, and you upload kind of a whole list of all of them that you wanted to visit. And then it took some work to go in and say, this section of the box, basically this code in HTML is where I'm going to grab, what the format was of an item in the search results, or, just kind of telling the program what to get from where, and then tell it to go, and it would run. You kind of correct errors kind of iteratively, but basically it reports back what they saw on those pages. Airtable then is a cloud-based relational database tool. Our library has an institutional subscription that runs in the tens of thousands of dollars. It's a really user-friendly kind of a setup to prototype and build relations among things and kind of calculate across different tables, things that would take a lot more setup and access for that kind of thing. So I'd recommend if you're looking at kind of parsing a lot of data like this, it can be a good thing to set up. You can use the free version to kind of set up and prototype the relations among things, and then probably pay even just $1,000 or $2,000 for a couple of users to use it, so you can get the full features of the tool.
Another question is, we've seen 2 presentations today on user search strategies and satisfaction and discovery systems. Do you know of meta-analysis to determine typical behavior and general trends?
I hope to know that soon. We are actively kind of creating a framework for exploring alternatives where, Encore Duet probably won't exist for much longer with the kind of changes in that space. So yeah, we're looking into the literature and trying to find where those generalizable insights are. I'll admit, so far I haven't seen a lot of that kind of meta-analysis research. It's more kind of case study and trying to glean what we can and what we're confident kind of borrowing from another study rather than kind of do our own research.
And finally, do you think you would get the same findings during a different semester, part of a semester, or during vacation or interim periods?
Yeah, we selected the days that we did because they were the highest, the days of the week that traditionally had the highest volume of searches. So that's, limits it one way. We did pull data on some other dates, and we're doing kind of several different things, comparing to Google Scholar, seeing what aspects of a MARC record are viewed and that kind of thing. Liz has kind of quarterbacked these overlapping efforts. I I don't know though. That's a great question.
Okay, well, thank you, Robert. And we're now going to head into another 15-minute break. We'll resume at 4:15 Eastern. And once again, there'll be some background music playing and during the break. And when it ends, that's your auditory cue if you're not looking at your clocks. Thank you.
Welcome back for this last three presentations in this webinar. Hope you've managed to grab some combination of coffee, cuppa or cocktail, cookie, cupcake and crisps, depending on your preference and indeed time zone. We're going to move straight on now to a presentation called the CARL Library Impact Toolkit Project, an overview, presented by Justine Wheeler, who's the assessment librarian at the University of Calgary, and Mariya Romaniuk, Vice Provost, Libraries and Culture Resources, also at the University of Calgary. So over to Justine and Mariya.
Hello, I'm Justine Wheeler, and I'm one of your presenters today. The other presenter is Mariya Romaniuk. She is here and available during our question and answer period. We are going to be talking about the CARL Library Impact Toolkit project and providing you an overview of the toolkit, some of our process, what you can expect to see in it. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the Canadian Association of Research Libraries, CARL, CARL represents Canada's 29 largest university libraries and 2 federal institutions. CARL is a large organization with a number of committees, mostly around our strategic directions. One of the committees is the Assessment Committee. The Assessment Committee decided to do a toolkit on assessment, and when that happened, a Library Impact Toolkit Working Group was formed. And the people here in bold are the people who make up the Library Impact Toolkit Working Group. When that group was formed, they put out a call across Canada for people who would be interested in being on the toolkit project team. They were looking for a number of things. Of course, we wanted gender diversity as well as representing both the official languages in Canada. We also wanted geographical diversity, as Canada is such a big country, and not just librarians. So while I am an assessment librarian, others on this committee are not librarians. For instance, Denis has a PhD in sociology and works with data analytics. And Carissa is a data analyst for the University of Saskatchewan. So once this team was formed, we were tasked with a number of duties. But before I get into those, I'm going to step back and take a look at what went into formulating this group. This group came out of CARL Strategic Directions. So one of the things that the CARL group wanted to do, or CARL wanted to do, was facilitate, strengthen, and communicate ongoing qualitative and quantitative library assessment on a pan-Canadian basis. Within that strategic direction, they also wanted to develop new indicators and approaches to demonstrating impact on research, teaching, and learning, which is really quite a lofty goal in many ways, and part of the reason that this has been a bit of a slow process, but very, very meaningful. So the first thing the working group did, or the assessment committee group did, was an environmental scan to gauge some of the best practices out there. Having done that, they decided to look at an impact framework that would be able to assist with a broad range of assessment and methodologies. One of the guiding documents for the assessment committee was the 2017 report on approaches to assessing impacts in the humanities and social sciences. This was put out by the Canadian Federation for the Humanities and Social Sciences, and if you haven't read it, it's a really interesting read. Some of the key findings that came out of the Federation report will be familiar to many assessment librarians and others. First of all, there's obviously a lot of benefit for doing assessment, especially of scholarly work and other academic activities. Secondly, there's no set of impacts or measurements that are going to fully capture the highly diverse area of academic work. Thirdly, bibliometrics, while they can be very helpful, can also be limiting. Next, it's very difficult sometimes to measure the impact of work because of the long time frames involved in academic work and research. And finally, those of us in the academic community don't work in a silo. We are in a robust ecosystem that includes the private sector, public service, community engagement, and others. So what the Federation showed is that they decided to work on things that they called impact pathways. And I'll go into that in more detail in a moment. But basically, they're showing here that these are the 5 areas they were interested in: scholarship, building capacity. And then from there, you can move down in your pathway to things such as practice and policy, society and culture, and the economy. So you're showing the impact on society. So what this toolkit is not is about assessment for process improvement or organizational effectiveness. That may come out of this toolkit, but it is not the focus, nor is the focus on a research agenda, though that may also come out. And finally, we're not focusing on evidence of causal effects. That can be very difficult to obtain, and it was felt that that might limit some of our impact pathways. What it is about telling our stories of impact institutionally or collectively. So what the working group thought of when they were thinking about impact pathways was that quantitative measures can be found and looked at to indicate, or lead to, I should say, qualitative insights. And that inputs, outputs, and outcomes are milestones along this pathway to insights and other findings. In some ways, you can think of it a bit like a knowledge mobilization. As you go down the pathway, you're discovering more and you're sharing more. Having said that, this is also meant to be a practical toolkit. This is for academic librarians and administrators in Canada, and as well, we hope, globally. It's also something where we want to look at a diverse approaches to impact and really try and stretch our boundaries of thinking in that area. And finally, and this was an important part, we wanted to think about what was distinct and complementary to other approaches to assessment. I'm sure everybody's seen the great work that ACRL has put out recently on assessment, and ARL is also putting out some great work on assessment, and there are others. For instance, IFLA is also putting out some great information on statistics and evaluation. And we mentioned this one because Mary Jo is on the committee, and they've done some very good work around identifying, selecting, and using appropriate methods. So when we were thinking about what we were going to do, we wanted to do something that, although it might overlap in some areas, was also going to add to what's been done and complement what's been done. So the task overall was to develop a framework that articulated the diverse impacts of research libraries. And we had a number of things in our framework, and I'll talk about those in a moment. But you can see at the bottom that our timeline was 12 to 18 months. We did not make that timeline, and I will talk about why in a moment. So, what are the impact pathways for research libraries, and how do we tell those stories? The first thing that was done by the working group was to decide on 4 areas of impact, and they are research and scholarship, student learning and experience, community engagement, and institutional reputation. Within each area, there were a number of subsections. So we included a definition and scope, as well as list of indicators, key resources, relevant methods and methodologies, case studies from CARL institutions, and we hope to have every single institution represented, as well as further questions for study and further readings. Now, in theory, that doesn't sound like it should be so much, but here's an example of one subject or impact area, community engagement. First, we would find the correct, or not the correct, but the definition we want to use. So for community engagement, we used the Carnegie definition and looked at community engagement as a mutually beneficial activity and less so transactional, although there were some things in there. But next comes the scope, which is almost the concepts that make up this impact area. And we had decided on and landed on as a group in the project team social inclusion, support for lifelong learning, arts and culture, civic engagement, and community visibility. Now, what that meant is that we went through every single one of these areas and then listed indicators, case studies, references, possible methodologies. So you can see that each area was expanded out quite quickly. What happened next was around August of 2020, we were done the first draft and we sent it back to the working group. And the thought was that it would, they'd look it over, it would go to the assessment committee, and then it would be published around this time, maybe December of 2020. However, before we put it out to be published, we also sent it out to peer review. So we sent it to assessment librarians from across Canada and asked for their feedback on a number of different issues or questions. Did we choose the right impact areas? Did it make sense? Was it useful? And they provided some invaluable feedback, and lots of it. We had pages and pages of feedback. They did an excellent job. And what came out of it was a few things. First of all, I'm happy to say that they were happy with most of the impact areas. There was some comments about equity, diversity, and inclusion, for instance, where they thought maybe that should be its own impact area. And instead, we had decided, because it's so important, to embed it in all 4 areas. But besides that, there was general agreement or that the people liked our impact areas. However, what we also found out from the feedback was that this toolkit needed more structure. It was not clear how to flow through the impact areas. So how to go from the quantitative measures to the qualitative insights. We needed to provide more contextualization and be more explicit about how to move through impact pathways, or how one might. We're not trying to be prescriptive. Second was that we hadn't put in enough qualitative methods and methodologies. We tried. This is quite a difficult area, and it needs to be, there needs to be more in there, because while we often focus on quantitative measures because they're easy, it's easy to count, they're easy to get for the most part, it's that rich, deep, thick description of qualitative methods and methodologies that can really provide some excellent assessment information. So we need to provide more of that. What happens then, so what's happened now is that the draft has gone to the working group, and by March 2021, they are going to come up with a prototype, a sort of template that we can use to make those impact pathways more transparent and to make the toolkit more useful. So they're going to start with our student learning and experience impact area and work their way through and see what can be done to make it clearer what we're trying to do and to provide more qualitative information. So they're giving that back to us by March 2021, meaning that it's going back to the project team. We're going to work on it probably through the summer. We'll send it back out for peer review again. And then if all goes well, it will then go back to the working group, then the assessment committee for approval. So this is why we are a bit behind, because we've done this iterative process. But what we think is that at the end of the day, this will make it a stronger toolkit and a more useful toolkit. Finally, I should mention that although nothing has been finalized, the dream for this toolkit is that it won't be static, that people can add their best practices or they can add their examples of where they've really succeeded with qualitative information, that we can highlight Carl Institution's work, that we can highlight articles from different Carl librarians. So we're really hoping that at the end of the day, this will become something of a living document, but that part hasn't been fleshed out. At this point, we're still working on the toolkit aspect. So that takes me to the end of the presentation, and I think from what I see, basically the end of the time that we have. If people have questions, Mary Jo and I are here to answer them when the time comes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Justine. So if you have questions for Justine and Mary Jo, can you pop them in the Q&A, please? We've had one question already. Please, can you talk about the indicators recommended for library impact on research and scholarship, that particular impact area?
I'll start off and Mary Jo can add. This was in fact by far our hardest impact area to do.
I think there might be something wrong with your microphone. You sound like you're at the bottom of a well.
Really? Well, I'm not sure how good I can make that. Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay. So this was by far the hardest impact area to do because it was so complex. And we actually started with a publishing cycle, which didn't work in the end that well for us. So where we had gotten to was to look at broad areas such as planning, conducting, disseminating, and measuring. And then what we also added into that one, I can't give you all our indicators because we have quite a few, but what we also realized that had to go into this guide was how libraries contribute to research directly, research or scholarship or creative endeavors, and how academic librarians are part of communities. So we also have a section on librarian community or librarian contributions. So that's where we got to. Mary Jo, did you want to add anything? You have to unmute.
About that. No, I think, Justine, that's probably be about as much as you can say. These were some of the areas we were looking at again in terms of, there were a lot of indicators, and then we were doing some more due diligence on putting them back into a framework. So that's probably sufficient for now. But we probably, I mean, if people have specific questions of what we explored, Justine and I, one of us could get back to you on some of the things that we looked at and share. As Justine said, it's a fairly lengthy list.
Yeah, that impact area was by far our most difficult one to finish. And I can say it's the one that we still do need to put some work on, and probably was the one that people had the most comments on.
No coincidence that was the focus of the question then. Thank you very much. How are you planning on rolling this out to the CARL members who are not represented on the assessment committee and the developing of the toolkit?
So CARL has a pretty engaged process. So once this gets through its next summertime kind of preliminary review and gets through the assessment committee, it goes back to the CARL board, and it's shared with all of the CARL members in draft in the first instance. So they, again, somewhere in this process, they have a chance for further input, which would be the CARL directors who would share it with their institutions. And then after that, it gets any other, we would have a second look if there's any feedback coming from that at that point, and then it would get finalized, and then it would be on the CARL website with some publicity rolled out to members to use. Hopefully directors from all the CARL institutions to share it widely with their staff and their assessment librarians.
Thank you. Finally, there are a number of other initiatives, so the ARL, ACRL, other international initiatives. Have you looked at those, or was it very focused on your your national situation?
I'll answer to start. First of all, not many, but there are a significant number of there's Canadian ARL members, so we're fairly familiar with what ARL is doing, and so we were following that. All of us started at about the same time and took different pathways. We've been following ACRL, which of course we've looked at what they've come out with now. And the thought here was not to duplicate the work that anybody was doing, as Justine mentioned. Thought was to provide three different views. I think we're all, and IFLA's doing some work as well on the value of libraries and looking at how we assess our value, our impact on our communities. So yes, we are aware of it. It's interesting. We all started somewhere about the same time.
And I would add that there is quite a Canadian context to it, although I think anybody could use it. We have highlighted Canadian readings on the topic in our readings. In fact, they're represented by a little maple leaf. As well, it's going to be bilingual. As well, there are topics in there that are very important to Canadians that may not have as much traction in other countries, such as indigenization and other cultures, French cultures. So to me, on our committee at times pushed back to say, you know, your thinking is very Anglophone, and there's a different idea in Quebec about this, and perhaps other French-speaking parts of Canada.
Really interesting. Thank you very much. Thank you again, Justine and Mary Jo.
Thanks.
So now we move to our next presenter, who's Sarah Tudesco, Program Director for Assessment and User Experience Research at Yale University. And she is presenting practical service design blueprinting using service design techniques in a library task force. Over to Sarah.
Okay, thank you, Frankie. I hope everybody can hear me. Is everything working okay? And hopefully you can see my screen. Let me get oriented. There we go. All right, let's set the stage. As Frankie said, I'm the Program Director of Assessment and User Experience Research at Yale. My team includes 2 professionals, a user experience research librarian and a library business analyst. Jen Nolte is the UX research librarian, and she's the person on the team that brought this technique to us. She learned about it at a workshop and championed it as a useful tool in the AUXR service catalog. So we got additional training on the process and have been deploying it this past year at the library. Yale University Library is a large research library with over 6,000 undergraduates, over 7,500 graduate students. We have a lot of different schools. There are 12 professional schools, and that in addition to Yale College and Graduate School of Arts and Sciences. Our organization consists of 15 libraries and over 600 staff. I'm going to share with you our experience using service design blueprinting within the context of a task force that formed last year. There was a major strategic document released by the university called the Science Strategy Report. In response to that university report, the library wanted to do some explorations in key strategic areas that we needed to focus on to provide effective support for the new initiatives. The Request to Delivery Task Force was a part of that effort, and it was charged to be a part of the library's response. Our charge was to undertake a thorough review of its request to delivery workflows to identify possible areas for improvement. This could include actions like improved management tools and their related support, as well as increased staffing resources. This effort really focused on the acquisition of things that could be very complex and many things that are electronic resources. So these are some of the hardest things to acquire in our current environment, but it does run the gamut. We're looking at the big picture, not just the really hard things, but also the easy things. The task force included the Director of Collection Development, the Director of Electronic Resources and Serials Management. We have a representative from IT, from Library Preservation and Conservation. We had a selector librarian from the area of Physics, Geology, and Linguistics. We had the collection manager for the Science Library and the Collection Development librarian from the Medical Library. We also have the Director of Finance and, of course, me representing AUXR. The timeline was defined by the charge. This process was supposed to be completed before the end of fiscal year 20. Yale's fiscal year typically ends on June 30th. However, the COVID-19 crisis interrupted the process, and as a result, task force activities were paused as the library had to work to figure out how to deliver its services in a new sort of remote environment. However, as we began to settle into the new normal, the task force has been reactivated. We are currently still in the midst of our work, so I don't have a final result to share at this meeting like I planned to, but I have a lot to share because we are pretty far along in the process. I'm going to segue now and I'm going to talk a little bit about service blueprinting, and we're going to go over a little bit what it is and what does this have to do with user experience. In particular, what does service blueprinting mean for this project, and a little bit about service blueprinting in action. A service blueprint is a model of the steps in a service from start to finish. Note that start and finish are relative terms in this particular process. It can serve as a communication tool and a path to shared vision. It can be useful as a generator of team buy-in. It can be an analysis of the critical points in a service, and it can be an artifact that can and should be shared, edited, and discussed widely within the organization. Service blueprints can be thought of as a companion tool to journey maps. Customer journey maps are a very popular tool utilized in libraries to help understand the customer's experience. A journey map captures that experience from the user's point of view, and to build, you synthesize both user narratives and user data to plot the experience over time with the goal of answering the following questions. What are they doing at each step? What are they thinking? What are they feeling? And who are they interacting with along their journey? Now, a journey map is very much from the user's point of view. The service blueprint exposes the surface to core of the experience. Basically, it exposes the behind the scenes that makes that service happen. So why would you want to blueprint? First of all, this can be an incredibly useful tool for improving an existing service. By understanding the original service in detail, it's possible to identify pain points and eliminate or ameliorate them. It's a great way of thinking about and designing and planning a new service. It can help you to develop service prototypes before a service is ever launched. It can also help you understand an existing service. I would acknowledge that there are many services that have become so ingrained in our organizations that they are no longer completely understood by anyone. Blueprints can reveal silos and areas of opacity in these existing processes. Blueprints can help you understand the actors in a service. When there are many actors in an organization as complex as Yale, patrons, liaison librarians, license review team members, technical services staff, budget managers, finance department staff, library IT, these are all the players in the process that we're analyzing for this particular initiative. It can be very useful to have a blueprint to help manage the complexity. It can also help if you want to transition a service from something like a high-touch service to a low-touch service, or even vice versa. If you're thinking about altering a service, by doing this blueprint, you can figure out what the impacts might be. So, service blueprint definitely belongs in the UX toolbox. User experience, of course, is the measure of your end user's interaction with all of your services, and this blueprint can really reveal how that service comes to be. The reason I thought this was valuable for this task force was right in the charge. Basically, the charge said, review the library's requested delivery workflows and identify possible areas for improvement. Again, this is a perfect tool to help visualize those processes. All right, a service blueprint is a step-by-step walkthrough through a specific scenario documenting following elements. The steps, what's happening, and we color-coded the steps to show which steps are visible to the patron and which ones are invisible to the patron. We identify the touch points in that service, who the actors are at different stages, what systems, library systems are in play, what policies might be in place that are impacting the service at particular steps along the way. What are some of the observations people might have about that particular step? Where there might be metrics that we can capture about the service, what kind of questions have come up as we're starting to analyze it, what are the critical moments, and what are the ideas and opportunities that may be happening. By doing a service blueprinting exercise, you're also basically doing it's a way of structuring a brainstorming exercise, and it enables you to capture some ideas in the moment and to record them on your blueprint. We did this as a workshop activity in fall 2019. We started off by doing a presentation very similar to the version of what I just gave to you. And we gave everyone, so to give everybody an idea of what blueprinting is and why we're doing it. Then we called people together for a 90-minute workshop. We called the entire committee together, and we had a lot of fun with Post-it notes. And this is just a snapshot of just a part of the blueprint that we built at that initial workshop. This is a bird's eye view of the master blueprint. You cannot see very many details here. That is purposeful because it is quite a beast. As you can see, the requested delivery workflow scenario that we were outlining is the acquisition of a particular database. It had to do with petroleum resources about petroleum products. It was quite an endeavor to get this resource, and we used that as the example in our scenario. And as you can see from this, how many steps were involved in the process. I'm going to give you a little bit of a closer view so that you can see what some of this might look like up close. And as you can see, the details are definitely going to be more meaningful within our organization. There's a lot of lingo here. There's a lot of local language about like systems and processes that we identify very quickly, but aren't going to be recognizable to an outside audience necessarily. But I think you'll get the gist. This is a close-up of the patron request and initial processing of the request to delivery workflow. And then I have another close-up of the beginning of the license review stage of acquiring a database. I'm using for the electronic versions of this a tool called Mural, which is a digital whiteboard tool that has been very useful in basically translating all of our analog blueprints into a digital form that we can continue to manipulate. But it's also proved to be a very useful tool in my UX work as we work in a COVID environment, working from home. All right, so then we dove in even deeper. We sort of set up this master blueprint, but we kept going. We actually ended up blueprinting multiple scenarios for different parts of the organization. There were definitely local workflows that were being identified as part of that blueprint. So we tried to do that by working specifically with the medical library and the science library on specific examples for those parts of the organization. We also ended up, so we started off with a master class of just the committee members, and we did represent quite a swath of the library, but the reality is that a lot of these workflows are happening in local and sort of different parts of the department. So we ended up having follow-up meetings with those people that are working on that aspect of the workflow. We ended up with separate meetings for the finance department, for some of the technical services departments as well. So that's an important part of the process. You want to make sure you have all the players in place as you're building out this dashboard. After we resumed activities in fall 2020, we ended up reviewing and revising the dashboards because there were some small changes that happened because of moving into a work from home environment. So we wanted to make sure that we had captured that. We also, at this point, we're in the synthesis part of the process. And the synthesis part of the process is we sort of take a big look at those big dashboards, and we're trying to identify both strategic themes. Those will translate into recommendations that will require the organization to make long-term changes and innovations, as well as tactical fixes, areas that might be acted on in the short term to improve the service. We can sort through both of those as we're working through these processes. Blueprints can uncover weaknesses in our organization. Poor user experiences can often be attributed to internal organizational issues. A blueprint effectively maps and visualizes key dependencies, thus allowing the library to identify stress points. Blueprints help identify opportunities for streamlining and optimization. The visualization of relationships help uncover possible potential improvements and ways to eliminate redundancies. And finally, blueprinting is incredibly useful because it bridges cross-department efforts. The request to delivery workflow is a very good example of that because so many different departments get involved in different aspects of that service workflow that it really kind of showed how complicated it is. And going back to sort of finding that buy-in, getting that sort of empathy and understanding from different departments that may have been in tension before, the blueprint helps to reveal the whys of why some of this stuff has happened, and has been a really interesting experience for the entire group. I did put together some resources, and there'll be more resources in the paper. I highly recommend reviewing that. The O'Reilly book has been a core text for me on being able to do this type of activity. There's also some great workshops out there, some of them in the UX area. I did one from the Nielsen Norman group this summer that was incredibly useful. So to be able to sort of facilitate these dashboards and to facilitate the building of them and trying to get the buy-in and the participation from the groups is a real skill, and I've definitely been getting better at it over the course of this year. All right, I want to say thank you and see if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Sarah. That's extremely interesting. Yes, if you do have questions, please do pop them into the Q&A. So first question here, what motivated you to use this strategy, and did you get out of it what you hoped for, actionable data?
The answer is definitely yes, we've gotten very good actionable data. What motivated us to use that strategy is basically thinking about, having attended these workshops, sort of divvied into the process of it. Once I got on this task force, I introduced this as a tool specifically to help with this initiative. The directors of the task force, who were the director of collection development and the director of ERSM, were very game for trying this out. And I have to say, both of them have really embraced the process and they've really gotten a lot out of it. And I've ended up doing many more of these workshops and starting to do more dashboards for more departments as a result of that. So, you know, understanding, especially as we were trying to grasp such a complex set of work that we were trying to capture, this whole thing was really helpful, and it helped to visualize things and focus in on a specific scenario. I think a lot of times, especially when we're talking about these kind of workflows, people get kind of lost in flowcharts, and this is not necessarily a flowchart. This is really, you're trying to map the experience from start to finish. That's why you're trying to model it. That's why you work off of a specific scenario as opposed to a general, like, well, this is how we get databases. No, this is what happened when we tried to acquire this thing. And it was a very useful way of focusing in that effort.
Thank you. Did it take a lot of learning? You've mentioned some workshops and some books and things. Did you feel that you needed a lot of pre-knowledge to work it through, or was it a bit more organic?
I think it was a little bit more organic, but I have to say though that, you know, I have been working a lot in the UX space. And so, you know, I had been doing things like journey mapping and other types of mapping processes. And this process is very similar. So it's kind of building off of those existing templates. It's just sort of thinking about it from the point of view of like, how do you dive down into like the belly of the organizational beast, so to speak, you know, being able to do that. It's pretty organic. And I think honestly, a lot of people, even after just the 45-minute preview session, you know, where we talk about the process before we try to dive into the workshop, you know, I think most people understood it at that point. And once they see pictures of it, it makes sense to them.
Absolutely. Picture's worth 1,000 words. Another question now. Could you please talk more about the whiteboard software you used? Is it collaborative? Yes, it is. It's a software called Mural. I think the URL is mural.co. It's part of the UX toolkit, and I have to say there are analog tools. There's another one that's called Miro, which is MIRO. These are all very similar. They even sound similar. How unique amongst these type of tools. It is very collaborative, and it's not terribly expensive. It is something that we do have to subscribe to, though. But it is a really robust tool. I have to say that I do recommend, though, if you're going to dive into tools like that, one of the keys there is to have a very large monitor. That's what that dashboard is almost impossible to manage on just a tiny laptop screen. You really need you need the big monitor space in order to utilize those tools. Thanks. Somebody popped it into the chat. So that's the tool that I used there. But there is another one called Miro. And I've seen other people do similar types of things and some of the Google Drive products as well. So I'm not sure I could ever give up my Post-it notes, though. It's hard, but, you know, it's hard to do Post-it workshops when, you know, nobody's allowed near each other. That's a fair point. Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you for your talk. Very useful. Thank you. Our next presentation now is called So What Now? Moving Through Tensions to Practice in Critical Library Assessment. And this is presented by Ebony Magnus and Maggie Faber. Ebony is head of Samuel and Francis Bellsberg Library at Simon Fraser University. And Maggie is the Assessment and Data Visualization Librarian at the University of Washington. So over to them.
Good afternoon. We're both recording this from the traditional lands of the Coast Salish peoples. I'm in Vancouver, BC, on the unceded ancestral territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Coquitlam nations, land that has never been surrendered, relinquished, or transferred to the Crown. Maggie's in Seattle, where she and Jackie live and work on the traditional land of the Duwamish, who were subject to a broken treaty in 1855 and still struggle for federal recognition today. A year ago, we wrote a proposal for this paper in which we set out to discuss what happens to assessment practice when we conceptualize it as an ethical, value-based social practice for the public good. We plan to consider the implications of values-based evaluation for accountability while unpacking the challenges we've encountered in translating critical assessment theories into everyday assessment practices, all with pithy turns of phrase and clever plays on words sprinkled throughout. And then March, followed by June and November, and just 2 weeks ago, and everything in between. When we sat down to write, our original intentions felt inadequate. We each introduced a new preamble, acknowledging the pandemic, anti-Black violence and racism, social upheaval, and the general weight of unrelenting inequity and injustice. Save for the coronavirus, none of this is novel. In 2015, Hurtado wrote, "We have plenty of studies that show disparities, but many of these studies fail to engender changes in society or education. Despite reports of how detrimental such disparities are to the larger social good, we can only conclude that the normative culture is invested in these inequalities in ways that complicate change." We can only conclude that the normative culture is invested in these inequalities in ways that complicate change. Hurtado's plea to use our metrics and studies to engender real change positions assessment, when done ethically, as always in service of justice and equity. Using library assessment to demonstrate differences and inequality is not enough. We must interrogate the ways in which white supremacy operates in LIS, allowing the field in general to hold tightly to presumptions of neutrality, neoliberal justifications, and mythologies of unimpeachable ideals. For us, critical assessment is about questioning assumptions, recognizing positionalities, and laying bare traditional power structures and harmful practices. We will, more or less, do with this paper what we said we would in our proposal, but we cannot ignore the weight we feel, the inadequacy we grapple with, and the acknowledgement that the work we, the authors, do is still lacking in many respects. In The Value of Libraries, Town notes, in most literature on library value, the link between value and values is unrecognized. Values have not been seen as the basis for a framework for measurement. He attributes this to the conflation of the idea of value to economic value alone, even while we've come to expect a values statement as a standard requirement by many organizations. As we have heard in other presentations during this conference, LIS is a field deeply invested in professional values. But here, Town suggests a misalignment between the beliefs and ideals that ostensibly guide our work and the definition of worth against which we measure the contribution of libraries. In his presentation at the Access 2020 conference, Young points out that the ALA core values are often in conflict with capitalistic values, and he boils down the opposition between commercial and social ideals in LIS with the question, does our profession operate as a market good or as a public good? To which we would respond, librarianship and library assessment tries to do both, complicating the success of each. The emphasis on capitalistic economic rationales for the existence and maintenance of libraries pervades assessment literature. Yet, ALA core values and the values surfaced in Young's Lit Review for his LAC presentation eschew capitalistic ideals in favor of principles that are seemingly unassailable. We doggedly attempt to position libraries as market good while claiming the innocence or neutrality bestowed by an entrenched reputation for public good. As Yousefi puts it, in libraries, we say one thing and do another. Drawing on Easterling's concept of infrastructure space, Yousefi distinguishes between the object forms of our profession, the visible markers of the values we claim, and the active forms, the undeclared rules and activities that form the disposition or propensity of a system. These active forms are forces that are more influential on our daily actions than what we document and declare. An emphasis on the economic value or worth of libraries exerts such an influence, undermining the values we assert in our official documentation and declarations.
We are, with every decision about how we do our work, making a choice. To what extent do our choices to prioritize certain values or act in ways that may contradict our values uphold oppressive systems and structures? Who is privileged by our decisions? To whom do we hold ourselves accountable? In response to these questions, I've made an effort to adopt practices that center communities, relationships, and individuals, practices that challenge our assumptions about the necessity of collecting or creating new data, and that lay bare the labor for library workers and users associated with assessment work. But doing so creates real tension around the useful and actionable work I want to provide my colleagues. Redirecting our accountability to those who provide data, our students and participants, challenges and complicates the expectations of library users, colleagues, and administrators, even when those expectations are motivated by a desire to do good. It means pointing out that collecting data about traumatic experiences with police, for example, can re-traumatize respondents, even if the data collection is motivated by a sincere desire to change library security policies. When colleagues request more and more information from or about our users, I can't help but ask, how much do we do with the data we already collect? And would more data actually change the outcome? I feel a responsibility to question the need for requested data and to unpack the real cost of gathering it in order for me to work in alignment with the values we've identified as part of critical assessment practice. This means, at times, declining a request for a survey or project. It may also mean an uncomfortable conversation in which we highlight how a request for data can do harm to vulnerable students, or pointing out that an administrative decision to enact a policy that library workers will not call the police on our patrons is in fact a values-based proposition the library can take, and the decision does not require a survey showing X percentage of respondents indicated that they were uncomfortable or very uncomfortable with police. Here, I want to acknowledge that there is still a gap between what we are advocating for, what we want our assessment practices to be, and what they are. We do not stand here today as experts who have figured this all out, and we are still working in many of the same ways we always have and are ourselves implicated in this critique. And we also want to celebrate many of the presentations we've heard in earlier sessions of this conference and elsewhere that are really leading the way, demonstrating how to conduct our day-to-day work in better alignment with our values and in true partnership with students. Reframing our accountability is not just about saying no to certain requests. We're also exploring how to do our work differently, for example, using participatory design, a method that explicitly centers subjectivity, values, and co-creation and co-expertise. The very last thing I did on campus before we shut down was to carry the coats and backpacks for 6 first-generation college students as they filmed a video for their families about life as a college student, the culmination of 10 weeks of collaboration, team building, brainstorming, and outreach to their peers. But even when we explicitly selected this method in an attempt to center different values, I heard a lot of anxiety from both colleagues and the students themselves about biasing the results or wider applicability outside of their community. I appreciate that they are thinking about bias in data collection, of course, but I have to admit I've rarely fielded those questions for our more traditional assessment methods or means of knowledge production. It's worth asking if this resistance to a new methodological approach is more broadly a resistance to change or a discomfort with a different type of authority, one that is often not recognized as such. It is not lost on us the word accountability has some of the same double meanings as value and values. Assessment work done in support of administrative ends is typically criticized as part of a neoliberal accountability culture. Over the past few years, we've routinely been asked how to do critical assessment work while we are still asked to gather statistics, present metrics, and tell stories that align with commonly accepted conceptions of value and impact. This now familiar question suggests an expectation that critical assessment may be out of step with the institutional priorities that frame how we create, interpret, and report data, how we do assessment in libraries. It also suggests that we have no choices about where to align. But when we reframe our assessment practices, we can simultaneously ask what other alignments might be possible and to explore what other work is happening that might help us more fully align assessment with social justice and equity. In the past year, many of our institutions have recognized the need for re-examination and radical transformation. While we are not suggesting that public statements are the same as action or change, we do want to complicate the idea that critical assessment work will necessarily be misaligned, or that it is one thing to do this work at the individual level, but impossible to carry it through to certain administrative operations. We can only assume it is because of our collective awareness of the disparity between the object forms and active forms of library assessment, the difference between what we do, our approaches, and what we say, the statements and positions touted by the places where we work. While saying no is occasionally important, we cannot unilaterally disregard the requests we receive from colleagues and administrators, and this paper is not to say that we wish to do that. Many of you in the audience have built robust assessment programs that have pushed this field and our practice forward. We in no way mean to diminish this work and its value. Ultimately, the question about the connection between changes to work on the ground and how we operate in organizational and institutional contexts reinforces a binary rather than a continuum between individual and institutional change and obscures possibility for change. And so we find ourselves asking, what critical practices are possible, even while we exist within and are required to satisfy systems that complicate our critical aims? As we have done throughout our inquiry into critical assessment, we look to other fields and professionals in higher education for alternate paths.
In his article on postcolonial perspectives on resistance to neoliberal higher education, Shahjahan introduces transformational resistance as a move to build a more socially just higher ed system that fosters critical democracy and equity in society. He notes, transformational resistance entails first, recognizing one's own complicity and agency within the oppressive logics of neoliberalism, and then experimenting with different ways of knowing and being in line with a future vision. Transformational resistance calls on us to reject the impossibility of resistance that forecloses the possibility of alternatives. Shahjahan urges us to instead recognize the butterfly effect of our everyday ways of being by aligning our everyday actions with a future transformed vision that fosters connection and mutual interdependence. The day-to-day approaches Maggie described a moment ago are examples of realigned everyday actions. If we trust in the potential that transformational resistance has to offer, we might begin to see a continuum rather than a binary or opposition between the work of the individual and the institution. Such a continuum has the potential to allow us to hold multiple, complicated accountabilities at once. Professionals in student affairs assessment and institutional research are exploring how current practices might need to be transformed to advance equity and social justice. Over the last year, several groups have hosted structured conversations on educational assessment and social justice, dedicated journal articles and issues to discussions of equity, and they've signed on to cross-institutional efforts to unify and catalyze meaningful and lasting progress, all of which we cover in more detail in the paper version of this talk. But these efforts, like our own, are not without tensions, as evidenced by a special issue of the journal New Directions in Institutional Research titled Assessment and Social Justice, Pushing Through Paradox. In the conclusion to this special issue, Hernandez, Berriman, and Zakera note the tension between ideology and practice in trying to reconceptualize assessment. But ultimately, they argue for the importance of highlighting the limitations of conventional methods and metrics while exemplifying those that incorporate a social justice framework. We'd like to leave you with a call to action from Hernandez, Berriman, and Zakera to push back on externally defined measures and to lean into ourselves to be critically reflexive and discover and address our own shortcomings to advancing justice through higher education. To do so, we must evaluate ourselves, our day-to-day practices, our positions within wider institutional contexts. Acknowledging our own uncomfortable complicity with systems and structures that may not align with our values, and looking for alternative spaces to align is, as Shahjahan notes, the first step to imagining ways we might be different. Transformational resistance here is conceived of as a process for practice rather than an end. Through this practice, we hope we might begin to see greater emphasis on equity-driven action than output-based metrics, to do work that simply centers social justice as a matter of course, rather than treating EDI as a niche topic. We have seen this already from several presentations delivered here since October, and we are heartened to be in good company. In our imagined future, we expect that the gap between what we say and what we do might shrink. Echoing Hurtado, Yousefi says, the decision to maintain the status quo, to preserve current power structures, and by extension to remain exclusionary is intentional. So let us be intentional in realigning library assessment's normative culture in ways that complicate complicity rather than change. Thank you.
Gosh, well, thank you very much, Ebony and Maggie. What a powerful and thought-provoking presentation. If you have questions for Ebony and Maggie, please put them in the Q&A. I have a question, which I hope won't sound trite, but if somebody's listening to this and has just had their sort of mind opened, what would you suggest is one thing, just do one thing that they could do in their assessment practice to just take the first step along the road?
Ebony's looking at me, so I think I can take this. Something that we, myself and Jackie Belanger, who will be joining for the full Q&A, did when we first started looking at this was we developed like a guiding principles document where we kind of surfaced our values and the values that we wish to see in our work, and kind of like listed those and described what that meant to us, and then brought that into projects. So we may not be able to like fully apply all of our principles the same way in every project, but we could say, what does equity mean for this project and what could we do to kind of push that value forward in this context? And it doesn't have to be like blowing everything up, at least as a first step. But can help kind of hold yourself accountable and communicate with colleagues kind of why you might be pushing back about something or suggesting an alternate approach. And I literally have it up on my wall, and it's helpful. It's a helpful reminder to kind of have done that work and to think about like, what do you personally want to show up and how do you want to enact this work?
Thank you. Ebony, did you have anything to add? Just do one thing.
I think that's a great example that Maggie's offered, and I would just say that reflection has been central to the work for Maggie, Jackie, and I through all of this, and I think that's embodied in what Maggie just described. But finding time for that reflection and also finding colleagues to help you in that reflection, I have felt challenged and pushed for better by doing this work with Maggie and Jackie and with many others in the assessment community as well.
Thank you. So when you were talking about that reflection and doing it with the three of you, have you also branched out in your respective institutions? Maggie, you mentioned this, deciding between you and Jackie the kind of values. Was that just for your assessment department, or how did that play off with work or otherwise that was being done in your institutions, either as a library or the broader institution?
Well, we are the assessment and planning department. So Jackie was the chair of our strategic planning task force. So we had kind of a draft, like in our specific case, which may not provide a template, but in our specific case, we kind of had a rough draft of what we felt like our values were. And then the libraries had this kind of big strategic plan conversation in which we did look at the library values as a whole, and we found that there was a lot of similarities there. So we revisited our guiding principles kind of after that and tweaked it so that it did feel like I can't remember an example off the top of my head, but we did shift that so that we could kind of cite those shared values that we had done as an institution when we were developing this document as well. And so I think that was kind of the start of that looking for alignments. Jackie will be here in the full Q&A, so if you want more details on that, I think she could share too.
Thank you. Okay, Martha has popped some links in the chat around doing reflection and to support that in the community. So thank you very much for that, Martha, and thank you very much, Maggie and Ebony, for your fascinating presentation. So that's the end of our presentation portion. We now have a few minutes, about 10 minutes for a plenary Q&A. So I'm going to invite all of the presenters to pop their videos back on. And if you have questions for either the whole panel of presenters or individual presenters, then please do pop them into the Q&A. And if it is for one or two specific people, do help me out and say who that's for. Oh, I'm so sorry. We've had just a late submission for Ebony and Maggie here. Can you share an example of an assessment project you pushed back on or decided not to do as a consequence of checking in with your values? I realize that you may not be comfortable or able to do that, but if you are, that was for Ebony and Maggie.
One of the ones we did talk about in the presentation, like that question about policing and a survey, was a real example. But I think a kind of richer example might have been right after the 2018 Library Assessment Conference. As Ebony said, we gave this big presentation and some of our colleagues were there and were really excited to do some critical assessment work, and kind of came to us with like all of these ideas about how they wanted to like what felt like kind of drape a critical lens over kind of all of their existing plans. And one of the conversations that sparked for us was like, you know, we really feel like this isn't something that you can just kind of like tack on at the end. It really needs to like be embedded all throughout. And so it ended up taking maybe a year or more of us kind of realizing that we needed to get some training and some new methods. We needed to really figure out where we the institution had some capacity for change, and where we, the project team that ended up forming around this, like had capacity to do the work. And so that ended up being the participatory design project that we were running. But it sort of started as like, we think this is great, we want to run with it, here's what we're thinking, and kind of trying to take a couple steps back, even though obviously we were so excited that they were inspired and wanted to kind of push this forward. So those are two examples that are kind of alluded to, but stick out in my mind.
Thank you. So a generic question for everybody on the panel. As we all know, and everybody has acknowledged, the pandemic has changed both specifics and generics in assessment practice. Do you feel that you have changed certain things that you're not going to then go back to how it was before? Is anything that you've done differently you decided is better and you're going to stick with it? Anybody want to offer their opinion on that?
So this is Martha. You know, I knew I could work remotely. I've worked remotely for the ERL from Greece for 2 years, and most people didn't even know it. I think, you know, to be forced to work remotely, it's interesting. It does take away part of your freedom. But I think we're just, pushing a lot of the boundaries on how productive you can be in this environment. And sometimes it's good to have the option to do things in person. Just you can push yourself to being too efficient in one way.
Thank you, Martha. Anyone else taking positives from this experience in their assessment practice?
I have an example. This is Sarah Tudesco from Yale. I think one of the things that's happened this year is, in some ways, it's been easier to get people to participate in my studies. I have had a lot of luck. I feel like a lot of people, because everybody's work and everybody's lives are on Zoom, the opportunity to get a gift card for an interview or things like that, I'm getting a lot more uptake on it. And it's been it's been a real sort of shift in the way that we do recruitment. And so kind of an interesting benefit. I think one of the other things that may be playing in, though, is that I feel like people aren't as programmed or scheduled as they usually are, especially when you think about students in this environment. So in some ways, we might be just taking advantage of the odd lull in activities in academia right now.
Interesting, very interesting. Anyone else?
I also have one kind of positive example of going online. So last fall, at our libraries, all workshops went online due to the COVID situation. And every semester we kind of evaluated how many participants attended our workshops and who they were. And interestingly, for the fall semester, we kind of noticed that there has been kind of increase in participation from like unusual user groups like library staff and also the university staff members. So we kind of noticed that having workshop online makes it more available to like staff members around the campus. So we are kind of currently considering if we are going to kind of go back to the normal, then how we can kind of improve our workshops based on these findings from the fall semester. So that was quite interesting.
Indeed, thank you very much. There's now a follow-up question. Do any of you have suggestions about how library assessment can include online students more or better now that nearly all students are online to some degree? Previously, online students have been largely invisible.
I'd be happy to start with something. This is Jackie Belanger from the University of Washington Libraries. Quite apart from the pandemic, the other participatory design project that we had planned on doing in addition to the first generation one that Maggie talked about was a 10-week project that started in March with our fully online students. So we did a 10-week project with students who were in our online programs. It was incredibly challenging to do highly interactive, as I believe Sarah said, highly interactive Post-it note methods with students in a fully online environment. But it was great. The students were really invested in creating some resources and tutorials that other online students could use, which then turned out to be all students. And that really informed a lot of our work in terms of particularly around virtual study spaces and helping students build online community, which was the one area where I think with the loss of our spaces, a lot of students were really, really struggling. So I would be happy to share more materials with that. If folks want to get in touch with me, I'll pop my email into chat, but I would highly recommend thinking about things like an online participatory design approach.
You were ahead of the curve, marvelous. Anyone else at all want to comment on that?
I think we should do something as a library assessment community for this conference on mural or some kind of participatory thing, you know.
Following on from that, there's a follow-up question. Do people have any insights into tracking or assessing online students in ways that our old metrics aren't adequate for? I'm not sure they necessarily mean tracking, but other changes to profession-wide assessment metrics that you would all like to see? I think we might have to take that as a no. Due to the silence.
No, it's. I think it is. I'm struggling a little bit with this question. I don't know about the others. I mean, insights into tracking assessment online students in ways that are all metrics are adequate. I guess I'm just struggling interpreting the first. It says to. Whether we have insights into tracking assessment online students in ways that our old metrics are inadequate for. I mean, online students, everybody's online. I guess I don't know how to interpret this. Can somebody help?
I guess. Sorry, go on, Maggie.
Oh, I was going to say, I don't know if this is the answer. I see that there's a follow-up, so I'm kind of wishing I'd just stay quiet. But one of the things, I mean, I think we all kind of feel this, right? Is like there's a sort of lack of feelings of community online in the same way. And I know that that was a finding, you know, like I think that came out in the first generation student is they felt like they had a hard time finding their community, but I think that's just so much more exacerbated online. And I think that's something that we can, you know, like this conference feels very different than an in-person conference felt. And so I think that's like, I don't know what a metric for community or like attachment or something is, but I think that that's something that we've given a lot of thought to, and like what does it mean to feel like connected and to build a community in an online space. So that is an answer. I think that's a very different answer than maybe we're looking for seeing the follow-up, so sorry about that.
Well, I think that's a marvellous rallying cry to all the attendees and participants who are here for something to be presenting in 2 years' time. At the next LAC is around, you know, how can we assess community feeling or the things that Maggie was talking about. So with that, thank you very much again to all our presenters and to all of you attendees in the audience for sticking with us and for engaging with the fabulous presentations that we've had. This is the time in the programme where we like to promote our sister conference, not least because I'm the chair of it, which is LibPMC, which will be held entirely virtually November 2nd to the 4th later on this year. The URL is there, libraryperformance.org, and there will be a call for papers coming out shortly. The PowerPoint slides and session recordings and the papers from today's session will be made available on the conference website at some point soon after this session. The URL is in chat. Angela's popped it in the chat. We encourage everyone to engage in more discussions on Twitter with the hashtag LAC20 or via the ARL-assess email group. And if you're not already a member of that, it's very easy to sign up. The next session is Thursday, February the 18th, and the theme of that session is services. It's starting at the same time this one did, 1 p.m. Eastern. Registration is now open. There is a link on the website, in the chat, and also you can find one on Twitter as well that has been posted against the hashtag LAC20. So thank you all very much, and I look forward to seeing you all next month.
Take good care, everybody.
Ciao.